Right, that's working. That's good. Okay, welcome guys. Welcome. We're going to be doing a live stream here now on YouTube. Due to popular request, we're going to be playing. Popular request to come across to YouTube to do the live stream. We'll go across to Distant Worlds 2 at this stage. And we're going to start a new game right from the very start. In fact, what I should do is actually set up a default game and then just make tweaks to the default. I guess that would be probably a good way of doing this actually. So this is not with the new DLC that's going to be coming. This is just the Discovery update, version 1.1.6.5. Hi John Monkey, how you going? I don't know if anybody else has joined us as well. This is not my normal streaming time, so I'm not sure how many people will end up getting on this particular stream. But sing out if you've got any questions or requests. There we go. Weebin Holes is back, so hi. And what I'll be doing, I think I might set up a default game. And actually, no, I know what the defaults are usually, so I'll just go through and just start a new game rather than actually setting up the defaults. I don't think there's any way to actually set up a default game as such. There's no way to sort of change all of the parameters to default. There is one thing in here which I was going to change straight from the start. The rendering format, I've got standard range rendering. I think I can actually now do the high dynamic range rendering, so I'll just put that one on. And that should be okay. Everything else is actually okay in there. Just leave all of these in here. So it's incredible what you can actually change in the game. Now, is that going to... Yep, that looks okay. That will just make the game look a little bit smarter, just with especially with the gradients. So John Monkey saying it's a Tuesday, so that's how it's going. It's Wednesday for me. I've just come back from the beach actually, just before I started streaming, and so I'm still actually a little bit damp actually, but not too. I feel damp actually. I don't think I am damp. I think it's still my shorts are damp still from the beach. But anyway. It was a bit cold today. Hi Miguel, how you going? And so I probably will miss the chat more than what I do in Twitch, so I'll apologise for that. I will also have it in Shadowhawk, so you get Shadowhawk saying first time catching one of these live. Well, just sing out with any questions. I'll try to monitor the chat as much as I can. I will apologise though in advance for missing. I don't purposely miss chat, so yeah, just be aware that I am I'm quite laser focused when I'm doing things, so I often miss things on the screens. I've got two big screens, and so the chat is on my other screen. But everything seems to be going okay. Sound looks to be okay. We'll start a new game. So yeah, I just changed the rendering format so that it looks a little bit. It should look a little bit better. Start a new game. I think it'll look okay from your perspective. Yeah, that looks okay. Colors look fine. They used not actually when I had an NVIDIA system. It used to have some problems there. All right, starting a new game. So now the defaults here are essentially this. So this is the setup for a default game. And I was just on Twitch. I was just going through the setup. But I think what we'll do is we might play, the easiest way to see what's going on is to put in the maximum stars and just go to a reasonably large sort of in through here with very sparse nebulas, and you'll sort of get a bit of a feel for, like you can sort of pick that there is it's very hard to see this in here actually. If I put the nebulas on dense, you will then see a definite spiral going into, and there's two spirals coming into the center of the actual galaxy itself. This is on a default. So I won't spend too much time with this one, but if I go back to very sparse, you can then still see that it's quite sparse on the outside area here and quite dense in the core. If we go to classic is also with very sparse nebulas. It's got like a little bit of a ring with a dense core. If we go to dense ring center, this is even more so. It's actually more compressed around the ring and more compressed in the core there as well. This is quite fun because you end up eventually needing to sort of make your way through the middle. Let's play this one actually. Let's play this, and let's go with sparse nebulas. So there'll be a few of them, but not a hell of a lot of them. And we'll play on a 700 but 6x6 sector. So we'll just play this sort of arrangement. Oh, actually, we might play 1,000 on a yeah. Let's play it this way: 1,000 stars in a 6x6. So it's going to be fairly compressed in the areas like around in here. This actually does have a big bearing on the sorts of minerals you're going to be able to get and just how quickly you're going to be able to expand. Hi, Kevin. How are you going? So Kevin is one of the artists, or the artist, the main artist, I think, on DW2. So welcome. And Shadowhook saying this is one of those games that I would adore to play, but would probably get my damn laptop on fire trying to run it. It's not that bad, well, I certainly don't think it is. Now, depending on how strong your laptop is, one thing you'll notice here is actually that, see how there's like this yellow band around this side? So this is a warning to tell me that I don't actually have enough cores to be recommending to play 2000 stars. So your system has 10 CPU cores and 64 gig of RAM. And so warning, 2000 stars may cause performance issues in late game on your system. So it does give you recommendations as to how they actually do go. Yep, there we go. So Overmind is saying ads-free content. Yeah, that's why we switched across. and also, like, at this time, streaming on YouTube probably would actually be better anyway, because the people who tend to watch me on Twitch will have already probably be in bed by now, I would imagine, or like heading off or doing something else, because it's not my normal Twitch streaming time. So it tends to come down to the number of stars, and it doesn't tell you how many cores you need for the other one. So I'm not exactly sure how this would actually sort of then go on a smaller laptop. Anyway, let's go to the Galaxy settings. So this is the Galaxy shape and size. This will impact, unless we start off in this middle area, which I will restart if we do. I'm going to try to start in the core if I can, but I don't like often the game. Even when you ask to start there, it will find a slot for you at the end and just put you where it thinks you can actually fit. So I'll explain how that works when we get there. Let's just go into it. So this is going to be the overall, this is the shape of the Galaxy. The Galaxy settings are more for the AI. So the Galaxy expansion, we're going to go starting. So empires start with a single small colony and no ships or bases. Or we could play young and have them sort of a bit more established. This one gives us a bit more of an accelerated start. And starting with level 1, if I go to young, I have to start at level 1. If I go to pre-warp, I can still have pre-warp where we don't know anything, but still have tech level 1 in there. We can go back to pre-warp and through here. Starting, also I can have pre-warp where we actually do have a bit more knowledge about what's going on. Level 0 is getting like all of the first level of tech, and then level 1 then takes it through. Now if I go to young, because we then actually have little small empires that we're then playing with, the young start will then I have to go to level 1 for that. So it defaults to level 1 if I go to young. Starting is good though. Like I do find starting with level 1 selected is actually a fairly good sort of start. The Galaxy aggression, now the game is, it's like I think the AI has been looked at a little bit with this. So the Galaxy aggression is a little bit up there. So it's unstable, I find quite a good one to go with. It sort of means that there's a fair bit of aggression. And then the difficulty, we'll set this one on hard. The difficulty is really just how the other AI empires, what benefits they get above you, for example, in colony income or corruption, etc., things like that, research speed. So it becomes a little bit more tricky there. Now, research speed is going to be slow, I think. I'll put that one down to slow. Actually, normal, when you're playing on level 1, it is a slow start to get started. If you're playing on pre-warp, slow is a good one to start with, but usually if you're starting in this sort of area, normal is still quite slow. In two minds as to which way to go with that. I might go back to slow there. Now, this one, the research visibility, the default for the game is to have only the next projects visible and then fixed research paths. I do like the random research paths because you miss out on different sorts of things. Now, tech trading on or off, I think I might switch this one to off. I used to always play with it turned off. And then probably over the last 12 months, I've been playing with it turned on because I haven't minded it. But so enable tech trading with other empires. Enabling this allows empires to obtain new tech by trading in the diplomacy screen. Disabling this means that all empires must obtain their own tech through research, discovery, or espionage. Now, espionage with tech is very, very strong. It's sort of one of these things, if you're going to have the espionage, you might as well leave it on, to be honest. That does allow the less espionage type races to then be able to at least trade and get their tech that way, whereas the high espionage races do get an advantage if you do turn it off. Unless we could turn it off and then play with one of those, I guess, if we wanted to. It doesn't really matter whichever way we go. Yeah, on or off. don't know which way to go here. I can't easily do polls here on YouTube either. There's a lot of things I can't actually do that I can do on Twitch. So I think I'll just leave it on for now. It does mean that ultimately we get a lot of tech in bursts, and which is, if I leave it on slow and then on, that which probably be okay. That will then balance out the like the day, where they're where they can spy on you very, very easily and steal your tech that way. So we'll go that way. So we'll go next is the threats. Now this is the pirates and the beasts. So we'll go with many and strong, I think, in this case. So we'll end up with some really strong pirates. If you go with very strong with the pirates, they then spawn with cruisers already. So Wildcat saying, thank you for your tutorials on Xenonauts 2. It's a great game, isn't it, Xenonauts 2? I mean, I wish it was more finished than what it is, but it's a really good, fun game. So if we go very strong, this makes them almost not impossible to destroy, but it really is quite challenging. I'll still go strong, where they don't start with cruisers, but they will start with destroyers. And we'll go with many, so we end up with a lot of pirates in this particular run through. Pirate proximity, I'll just keep them as average proximity at this stage, and when they are killed, they then stay dead, and I'll just go with normal space creatures. The space creatures I don't love, to be honest. They're easy anyway to get rid of by the time we sort of are doing anything. Let's just go to colonization. So the colony prevalence will just be normal. Independent colonies will be normal. The colony influence range, this is your border range, so keep that at 100%. The default for colonization range limit is 300 M. I kind of wish there was I wish the game actually did have like something to very easily sort of see where the distances actually are. But unfortunately, it really is screaming for it, the game, with some sort of distance tool, but it just hasn't got it yet. I hope they bring that in soonish. Actually, it's probably for me one of the biggest helpers that the game really does need. Even a grid would actually be helpful, just to know how far 100 M actually is in the game. But in this case, I'm just going to go and halve the colonization range. By doing that, it then means that you've got to attack and actually land troops to be able to then sort of expand. So Shadow of Focus, and remember, whaling may be illegal on Earth, but space isn't Earth. So we'll just go next to our race. Now, what I think I'll do here is I'll probably just play random at this stage, and unless anyone has a request for a particular type of faction. At this stage, the only two that are really fleshed out properly are the Ikaru and the Dayut. The others will get some more attention. They're still good, but they just don't have quite as many additions as Dayut and Ikaru actually do have. The new factions that are coming will also be fully sort of fleshed out as well. I'll leave it on random unless the chat starts to sort of say, oh, can you show us this or that, whichever one it might actually be. I can always come back and redo it, because we're going to have to sort of probably be doing a few restarts. Empire flag, I'll just keep something a bit more orangey coloured through there. This is new in the game, so you can actually now choose any type of government, or just allowed by race. If we just click on none, then whatever we end up getting will be what we end up getting. That'll be okay. So I'll leave that one there. Our starting situation. This is where our starting. This one also doesn't change. Well, it hasn't the last time I checked it. But if I choose, this is the only thing I have to manually change each time. If I go to center, that's probably where, let's try to start off in the center if we can. Now ours is going to be our home system. Let's go with a trying home system. This means we don't get all of the resources that we would have if we were on normal. This is another thing where I think the game could do better with actually fleshing this out a bit more, and actually making it even just a slider where you actually end up like excellent and agreeable. Really should be, that's where normal should be, like up and through here, with varying degrees of missing different types of resources as you go backwards. If you go with normal, you've got absolutely everything you need in your home system, which makes the game so much easier. Trying can be very, very difficult. So there's the difference between trying and normal is really, really big. Like it makes the game so much harder to go to a trying system than a normal system. But then the differences between normal and anything above it is minimal, and in terms of the actual difficulty factor. So Wildcat saying orange or Wildcat's favourite colour. There we go. It's my favourite colour as well, actually. Or yellow or orange, either one. Yeah, we've got. We'll start at tech level 1 as well, like everyone else. We'll try the centre, going through there. So this is going to be hard for us, this particular start. Now the other empires, I'll just get rid of that one through there. Now we've got 12 starting. That will be okay, I think. I can actually put in other starting empires as well, where we actually end up with something either close by. If we have an actual faction that we're going to be playing as, we could bring in an enemy of that faction. So let's go and start one up, and just so it'll then choose a faction for us, and we'll come out and restart it again. So we'll just go to victory conditions. So the one thing I do turn off is the race-specific story events. I find that these get a bit repetitive, so I turn them off. Everything else I like. This is now new as well, where they've actually now put in the various other sorts of general story events where you end up with the abandoned bases, abandoned ships, debris fields, gravitic locations, major threats, things like this. You can turn these off if you don't want them specifically. So this is really, really cool that they've actually added this one in. Let's start the game and just see who we're going to be getting. Now, there's a few factions I don't particularly like. So if I end up with the Teekans or the Xenox, I think I'll start again. As in, I'll do another random start. Let's see who we get. What's the better? It'll be a Xenox or Teekan start. I'll almost put money on it. Okay, it's building the galaxy, trying to position where we are. Now, quite often, I meant to point that out before, I'd ask to go in the centre, but usually you won't be able to squeeze into the centre. Okay, so Shadow of Hawk saying, random question, is this like CK3 with a lot of RPG elements as well as strategy and resource management elements? It's almost the opposite, to be honest. I think the easiest way to put your mind into how to play Distant Worlds, as opposed to things like for example, Stellaris is sort of much more close to CK3 than Distant Worlds is. Think games like Stellaris and Gal Civ 4 and those sorts of games are very much. Here we go. Got the Harkonish. I'm happy enough with Harkonish, so we'll come back in and restart. Let's just get started. Actually, we did start in the centre. That's very, very unusual. That is very rare. So we'll play as the Harkonish. God, it's often quite difficult to actually start in the centre. I'm actually tempted to keep on playing this one. Yeah, the Harkonish don't really have any definite enemies, so let's just play with this one. We won't add any more in there. I'll just pause there. I'll just keep on answering the question. So yeah, so with games like Stellaris or CK3, the roleplay aspect is high with what does go on, but the games themselves are more abstracted. And when I was actually, I did a live stream series. I'm doing a live stream series for Gal Civ 4, which is going up at the moment. And the thing that they mentioned, and I really liked what the way they mentioned it, was that their game, like Gal Civ 4, the mindset you should be in to play that one should be as a board game. And when you start playing that game as if you're playing a board game, all of the decisions that they made make sense. Whereas Distant World, and Stellaris is very much the same as well. Like, think of it like a board game, you're going to enjoy it. A Distant Worlds, you can't think of it like that. And you can't think of Distant Worlds like a normal game either. Distant Worlds is really quite exceptional with what it actually does bring in. Distant Worlds, for me, is much more of a simulation game than an actual abstracted board game type game, because nearly everything is actually simulated. So there's a lot more resources, for example, a lot more things you have to do, a lot more open with the way that you sort of do things, and a lot more random, I guess, in the way that the game is sort of approached. So in that, I hope that answers the question. So there are role play elements, and I think that just looking at the way that the role play elements have been constructed in the game, I think that they wanted that to be a bigger feature of the game. But when you've got a simulation game, the role play doesn't really play a big part in it. So they have actually made some changes with the characters. Like if we go into where the characters are in here, we've just got a First Lord. Now see how that First Lord is animated? I've always been against this, to be honest, because this is a barrier for modding, because to actually have, there was no way to just have like a single ping, but that apparently is either come in or coming in very, very soon, which means that then people can actually mod their own characters into it. So in that case, this is a barrier for modding, to actually have like an animated character. And because characters are generally in comparison to the other games so unimportant in this game, I mean, there are some characters that are important, but they don't feature like they do in the Paradox games, I guess, as an example, because the Paradox games are built around the role play aspect of the characters, whereas this game is very much, as I say, a space simulation game. It's just different, very, very different sort of way of approaching it. Now, where are we up to with the chats? So Andrew Collising, my cat fleet frigates with Starbeam and Torps will get their revenge. And Chris Wood saying, just curious, did you ever play a DOS game called Ascendancy? Yeah, back in the 90s, I did actually. I don't remember much of it, but I do remember the ground combat, and that was pretty good. If it's the one I'm thinking of, where you sort of land in your troops on the edge of a city, and then they sort of all run through and just sort of take over the city. But if that's the one I'm thinking of, that was pretty cool. Shadow of Hawk saying, wouldn't it be good to be in the centre since stuff is closer, and you would be the centre of trade, essentially, but you're also the centre of aggression as well, which is sort of what I want. For us to start in a trying system like we are in the centre of the map means that we will find the resources that we need fairly well, so that's going to make it easier for us in a trying system here. Overmind saying Tekken should be great for you. They have hanger slots like your favourite Actarians. They do, but all the weapons fire backwards, so it's I don't really like the Tekkens that much. Well, okay, so the Harkonish, who I was hoping you would get, as the name sounds like Harkonnen, yes. Shadow Hook saying, yeah, you explained it pretty good, thanks. Yeah, no, it's like it's so important with this game to actually have your head in the right gear, if you know what I mean, and that gear is simulation mode. You're playing a simulation game where you can automate everything or nothing depending on what you want to do. There's so much automation. We're going to set that up next, actually. So we'll start off now that I've got this thing paused. I wish the game also would start paused. I've got a big long list of wishes for the game which haven't really sort of been addressed at all, but I mean, things have over time, but it's but the things like the game, particularly when you're playing in a hard mode, you don't want the game making decisions for you at the very, very start. You want to make sure that you get your decisions in. That's why I paused it as soon as I could. It's still gone in a couple of weeks into the actual game itself, but we still have a fairly healthy cash reserve, and so we need to now start to plan how we're going to then approach the game. And it's very important that we do this. When we click on our home world, actually I'll go through first of all the automation. Let's just go back and if we go into our empire mode, which is this first tab in through here, we then end up with a whole lot of other different sort of sub menus. We've got the economy, funding levels, maintenance, government. These have been split out now, where the actual bonuses that we have are now in a separate tab. So this is actually new. So we have -5 to all resources. In fact, if we go to government, right now we're in feudalism mode, and it may be best for us to switch across into mercantile guild, and it's only us and the Tekkens can actually make use of this one. If I click on that one, we can then see what we end up getting for going across into a mercantile guild right from the very, very start. Our diplomacy goes up when we go from feudalism to mercantile. Our war weariness and population growth go down, unfortunately. The war weariness, if we stay out of wars initially, then we're going to be okay with as a mercantile guild. All research goes from -5 to +5, and that's going to be important for us. Weapons research is normal. We do actually have bonuses here with weapons and troop. That's not really important for us at the early stage of the game. Construction research goes up for us, and that is actually important. Colony happiness also goes higher. Now that means more money for us, essentially. So in the game, the way that happiness and the colony sort of work, this is actually how much you essentially can tax your population, and so 10% extra happiness is actually quite substantial. It does mean a bigger income back over through here with that cash flow that we see there. Troop recruitment rate goes down. That's okay. Recovery rate goes down. And the troop maintenance, we actually pay more for our troops at this point in time. The colony corruption is still going to be high, so we unfortunately have fairly high corruption. The mining rate goes up quite substantially. This is important for us as well. So I think this is all looking pretty good. Tourism goes up by 20%. The ship maintenance savings goes down a fair way, so the bigger the fleet we have, the more we're going to be paying for that one. Counter-espionage is also makes it easier for people to come in and steal our tech and to do other things against us because we're more open playing as a mercantile guild. The facility maintenance savings are higher, so it's actually easier there. The trade income goes up a lot, so we'd be wanting to trade. And then the colony income also then goes up. And so we get the happiness and the income, which then gives us a bit of a double boost into the actual money that we're going to end up generating. The big ability we end up having through here is that we can manually control mining ships. And this is what I wanted to do. Because we're playing in a trying system, we don't know what resources we're going to be missing yet, but we'll find it out fairly quickly. We'll just go back through the typical leader term. This has actually changed recently, but like not in this discovery update. But this is now quite interesting. And so what happens is every 40 years there's actually an election for the leader of the trading guild, and then there's actually a small, like when the new leader takes over, there's actually a positive boost to the overall happiness of the population. They sort of get behind the new leader, but it does take 40 years to elect a new one, and it's just an appointment of a new character. And same with the one over here. For some factions, for example, it might be that they choose from their ambassadors, or it might be that they choose from their scientists or something. But in both the feudalism and also the mercantile guild, we end up where they just choose any old character, whichever is the best character to sort of come back in. Now this one here, when a leader changes from a feudalism area, this is highly disruptive to the population. So there's several months of reduced colony happiness. So when they have a coup d'etat to change the leader, it actually upsets the whole empire. So it's interesting the way it sort of does do all this. Startup situation. Now we do actually end up the research completed into starfighters, zero-G combat, and shipboarding. Research completed into expanded civilian ships and expanded space stations. I'm not going to get this. I should end up with these, but I think that these are all starfighters. Maybe level 2, but because we chose a level 1 start, this shouldn't really sort of kick in anyway. Let's have a revolution and switch government to mercantile guild. So the first lord was killed. So our first lord, Jukri Pakadu, has been killed in unrest during a revolution at the homeworld. And then we've got a new first lord. So this is Osu Serafu, who's now appeared in through there as well. So we'll just dismiss that one through there. Get rid of you, dismiss, and that was the other one that just had arrived. So we've now gone into becoming a mercantile guild. If I just go back out and then have a look. Yeah, so we're now a mercantile guild. So that just gets us sort of at least changed over there. Actually, John Longstreet was saying, I can't win. At the time I'm about to try Distant Worlds, as it seems they fixed a lot of bugs. They've released a Starfield. How can I go back? Actually, I don't know Starfield. I haven't played that game. All right, so we've got that one in through there. The bonuses we now get, you can see our all research goes up. This is important to us to sort of have like positive research. And the weapon research isn't going to be that critical to us at this early stage. The thing I wanted to do though is go across to policy settings, go to my advisors and automation. I'm just going to make this one default. So I'm just going to reset all of my automation. This is actually where the game will either automatically do everything, where it doesn't even tell you what it's doing. It will suggest and execute. So if you don't tell it to change what it's suggesting to you, it will then just go ahead and make the change. The next one over here is just suggest, where it comes up and just says, hey, should we do this or should we do that? This can be quite useful. And then finally just set it to manual and it won't even bother you with anything. So the thing I want to set initially is just leave it all on default, except for the fleet postures. So fleet ship management is going to be manual, fleet postures will be manual, and fleet formation will be manual. So we'll just go back that way. Everything else I'm just going to keep on default at this point in time. And we'll come back and just tweak these as required. So we change it sort of slowly over time. So Fast Wings is saying this is one of those games I kind of lost so fast. It's one of those things. with the it's one of these things where the game, when you treat it like a game, it's going to do your head in. But if you treat it like a simulation and you're just tweaking little bits and pieces, so pretty much from this particular one, it's going to tell me when it thinks I should do something anyway. Like nothing is really set to manual. Crash research is, but that's sort of fairly nuanced. But everything else is automatic. So I don't have to do much in this. And so by changing the, even like all of these, they're just going to start asking me questions, and that's sort of the way that, that's fine, the way that does work. Even like troop recruitment, I don't have to micromanage this at all. And this is, I think, where a lot of people get a bit lost with the game, is that they think it's a complex game. The game, or the simulation, is complex because it's a simulation game, but the actual, what you can go and do, it will run itself very, very well without your involvement. In fact, you can play it completely so that you only, you can play with it, you only look after one ship if you wanted to. It's whatever you want to do. And the game will just do what it'll make all its own decisions anyway. So it does all of that for you. It is, but in this case, I mainly want to be looking after fleets of ships and making those sort of decisions, and then coming in and making strategic decisions as required. So I can override, for example, like the technology that we actually have. So it's already selected hyperdrive technology for me because that's what it did automatically. So it started off the game with that one. It's going to take 150 odd years to actually get this particular hyperdrive, which is going to take absolutely forever. So it won't work. I'm not going to, it'll happen eventually, and we'll get better and better at things as well over time. You can see we've got things like gravitic weapons. I'm not going to worry too much about these. I mean, we may sort of have a look at them. We're going to have to redesign our ships now as well. This is another thing you don't have to do. You can just let the AI look after the ships for you, but I do enjoy that part of it. So I will actually go and do that myself. The thing we want more than anything, really, is planetary governance. Now, it's going to cost me 2,000 credits, and at this stage I don't want to be spending the money because I've got a lot of time to actually go and select the planetary governance, but that's one we do want. That makes a massive bearing at the start of the game, like to actually get that one fairly early. But let's just leave the tech where it all is at this stage. We'll just exit the research, and so we've got our area back in through here. We don't actually have a starport yet, so we're going to be needing to get one of those. But the first thing we need to do is we need to protect. We don't have a starport anywhere. The first thing we need to do is actually be able to protect against these pirates, which are going to be coming in, and they're going to be coming in pretty thick and fast. So we need to get a group of ships that can then take it on the pirates. There's two strategies we can sort of take with the pirates. One is one where we take over their ships and then pull them apart for technology and get tech that way. The second one is to just blow them up and then pick up the technology from the debris left over in space. And I'm thinking that I'm going to probably choose the destruction method first, and then look to see if we can then do the taking over of their ships as a secondary aspect. So the first thing we need to do is to get a fleet of ships that can then protect us. So let's go and start by doing that. Typically, this would end up being like I'd need maybe 4 ships to be able to take on one of their ships and be able to destroy it. So 4 would be probably the minimum, I think, of what I require. So the first thing I need to do is really have a look and see, well, what can I get with my different ships? If we go back into the technology, there's different ways of checking this one out. If I just go into the techs and have a look at the different types of ships that we have available, this is in this construction area. We have a basic military ship in through here already, which is the escort. So we've got one escort in through that side. And you'll see there it's got like the different types of weapons. It's got one large... Now, this is another... I'll point out all the things that are wrong with the game. This is another thing that's wrong with it. It should be small, medium, and large. It shouldn't be just standard and large with the different component bays, because weapon slots actually come in 3 different sizes, so the weapon mounts. And so the or weapon bays is what they call them. So the weapon bays, if it says large, that could be medium or large. If it says standard, it could be medium or small, depending on what it actually is. So it's a bit hard to sort of gauge exactly what is there. The important thing is there's only one weapon that we can put onto an escort, and that's not really good enough. We do have 3 sensors, which is good. So that's actually a good addition, and 2 defences, three engines. This is the maximum we can place on it. We do get a bonus of 20% ship speed and manoeuvring. We then go across, and the next one are the improved escorts. And if we have a look at that one through there, The patrol escort still only has one large weapon, but does come with an extra engine mount or extra engine bay. The heavy escort, we end up with one standard, one large weapon. So we've got two different types of weapons in through there. That one may be okay. We need to protect against, we need point defense essentially on some of our ships when we start to build these things. That one may be all right to do. You can see there that the countermeasures on the heavy escorts are plus 20%, so that's actually good. It makes them a little bit harder to hit. With the patrol escort, they do actually have a ship speed and manoeuvring of plus 30%, but the 20% countermeasures that we sort of see under the heavy escorts there is actually not too bad. 12 general slots. These are bigger ships than the standard escorts, so there's that one there. So the heavy escort to me looks like it's viable. And then we go across to system patrol ships. I haven't played the Harkonish for quite some time. So the frigates that we actually have through here, we've got two large, one standard, 3 engines, 3 defences, which is good. It sort of gets our defences up. 3 sensors again as well. Ship speed and manoeuvring plus 15%, but countermeasures only plus 5%. So we may end up with a mixture of frigates and heavy escorts, or we may just go with either one or the other. So let's just go and start and have a look at the heavy escorts to start with. So let's exit this one. Go across into here. So the tabs are like the Empire. This one is more diplomacy, characters, colonies that you actually then end up having. I'll go through all of this as we go through it. The exploration, at the moment we've got 10 exploration ships back in through here as well. This one here is resources. So we'll have a look at this one. We start to try to figure out what we need. At the moment we don't know much at all, so we just got to let the game run forward. This is construction, including ship designs. This is research. If there's any new research locations, it will then tell us in there, which we don't know any just yet. This one here is military, and so these are the military ships. We have no military ships at all at the moment, and then finally we actually have then civilian ships, etc., etc. Now, the reason I've got the game paused is because I want to make sure that I utilise my resources to build my initial fleet, and I don't want the AI kicking in and building a whole lot of different civilian ships before I'm ready for that. And I'm not ready for that until I've got at least 4 military ships built with the trying sort of start. So if we don't get the military ships built, that means we then have to wait a long time with pirates raiding us left, right, and centre. So we go across into ship construction. We go into ship designs. And I'm just going to go, you've got active buildable designs from all types. Now I'm just going to click on roll. So we've then got all the escorts will be together, the frigate will be together. Just makes it easier for us to see what's going on. Let's start with the heavy escort and just see what we can do with that one. And so we'll just go across and we'll edit this particular design. And so it's got we can see the actual mounts in through here. Now they doesn't have anything that faces behind. It's got a small weapon mount in through this other side, and when I hover over it, this is actually one of these examples where it's actually a medium mount at the back, and this is actually not too bad with the Sentinel multi-beam defense at the back there. It can't fire behind the ship, so the heavy escort really only fires from the front, but we do want to have a Sentinel or a point defense weapon back in through there. By the way, this has now changed as well. What you can do is go to latest per category / family is good. There are some weapons that don't show up when you do this. We'll have a look at that as well. Some of the weapons don't actually have a family, and that's a bug as well, which I hope that gets changed. And then we'll go to bay type, category, family, and then size. This is actually how we then sort through the various aspects of what we end up having in through here. And so so when we actually hover over these different things, we can see there the Sentinel multi-beam is anything with WIN. These are the weapon interceptor, so the intercept weapons. And then they've got the families, like this one's railguns, this one is missiles, this one is blasters as the family that it's coming from, and then beams. The Sentinel beam is great if you've got a fairly wide field of fire, and this one's good except for anything behind it. Now for a small escort, that's actually not too bad. It then just means that we can then put something on the front. Now, at the early start of the game, one of the aspects of the game is that you actually, with your shielding, the way that weaponry is actually applied is it hits the shields first, then goes through to armor, then goes through to hull and components. So to break through and start to do damage to components, you need to first of all get through the armor and the shielding. if you can find, you'll notice that when I hover over this deflection shield generator, it's got a the shield penetration chance is 20%. 1 in every 5 shots it hits the shield won't fire up, and it will actually let 50% of the damage straight through onto the next layer, which happens to be the armor. So I'm finding in the early part of the game, if you can find something with good armor penetration, you'll 1 in 5 shots will actually end up getting through and do damage to components, essentially through the hull. And so, so this is, I sort of rely on this a little bit. So when and this is for the pirates, they'll have the next level of shielding, which is a 15%. So there's still maybe like a 1 in 6, 1 in 7 type chance of each shot getting through. So if you can find something that does good armor penetration, you're ultimately going to be then able to start to disable the ships. And so I tend to, like the Thuon beam, if we have a look at this one through here, it is literally just a damage weapon. We'll have a look and see what that one does. This is actually a size 28, so the sizing is important here as well. Let's have a bit of a look. I tend to go with the torpedoes. If I click on torpedo, just go to a medium torpedo. This is actually a little bit larger than the Thuon beam. If we go back up to the Thuon beam and just have a bit of a look to see what actually does go on with it, we can then just hover and compare it. So the Epsilon torpedo is worse in terms of the weapon countermeasures, worse in terms of targeting. It's a seeking weapon, which means we don't have to line it up, so we can just fire it any old place. The damage is high at 35. This is per shot. So the Thuon beam does less damage per shot, and the damage rate is nearly 5 per second versus 3 per second. So there's the torpedoes are actually better with that. The damage at maximum range is almost identical. The bombardment infrastructure, the bombardment, don't worry too much about that one. We're not going to be using it for that one through there. The torpedo does actually have a much longer range, which is good as well. But the thing I like about torpedoes is a bit further down where it's got the shield bypass of negative 40%. Now remember, 1 in 6, let's just say, will be the shots that don't even get affected by shields. So if we rely on 1 in 6 shots getting through, it then has an armor bypass of 40%, meaning 40% of the 50% damage that was left over will actually then bleed through the armor and actually go through onto the hull. And then once it hits the hull, it's going to then do more damage to the like it'll actually start to do damage to components, which may then sort of disable the ship. So I do like the Epsilon torpedoes as a starting weapon in the game. So John saying red weapons are unusable to you. No, red is just showing me that that's the weapons. What there is in the game itself, we've got different class of, like, different color schemes, and so the general slots are inside the ship. These are the components, and I'll go through these as well in just a minute. The yellow is, I think it's yellow, either yellow or green. These are the engines. So actually, I think, yeah, they're yellow. Engines are yellow. Red is weapons. Blue is defenses, and any sort of sensor is green. And so we've got different sorts of sensors back and through here as well. So we've only got 2 weapon mounts on the ship: a medium and a small, or a large and a medium. In through this side, and like with that Sentinel beam, it's only size 11, even though it's got a capacity of 39. So this is the capacity of what we can put into the ship. And 120, there's no weapons that are bigger than 120. So that's the largest of the actual weapons. So the Thuon beam itself is only 28. But I think that based on what we're seeing through here, I'm actually happier with the Epsilon torpedo being what we use to try to then break through. So let's go and replace the Thuon beam. If we just go and click on that one with the Epsilon torpedo. Yep, so I've now just replaced the front there. Has now got an Epsilon torpedo firing from that top mount. Now, because that's a seeking weapon, it doesn't really matter what field of fire that actually has. I'm a bit disappointed with not disappointed, but it's a bit of a problem. If any fighter craft get in behind this particular ship, they're not going to be able to fire back to protect themselves. So they're going to be sort of like a fighter craft right on its 6 will actually be able to do damage to the ship over time. It does have pretty good maneuverability, so that's actually not too bad, but that's sort of where we are. So this particular one torpedo is not great. So what we might do is we might cancel this one and just have a look at the frigate now and just see if there's anything with the frigate that's going to give us better bang for buck. Yep, so Dusty Monk's saying point defense also goes into the red slots. Yes, it's a weapon mount. It has to go into a weapon mount. So we'll just go across and edit this one. And so this one here is even, no, we've got a 360 at the top, which is, in fact, see how the ship has been designed where it's got like the sentinel beam is actually in the top there with 360. This one can protect any sort of firing that comes from behind because it can shoot at around a 360. We then actually have two mounts on the side. So this is a small mount on the top there, which is all we need with those. Then we've got two up to large ones in through this other side where we've got like a Thuon beam and a deal breaker beam. Again, the deal breaker beam is size 57, which is actually very, very high. If we ditch both of those weapons, if I just right click and get rid of those two mounts, these have only got a range of 180, so the field of fire there is they can sort of do anything around the side. So I'm better off using seeking weapons on the side. That way I can actually fire from both sides and actually have it, it'll then sort of track its target. So if we go back in now and just go back down to, again, we've got the latest per category and family, and we've got the bay, and we're sorting it by bay type, category and family, and then size. So this is the way that we can then sort of have a look at it. But if we go back to the Epsilon torpedo, I don't have to go to that 57 or whatever it was. Where was it? In fact, it's not even in there. This is where the bug, actually there it is, the deal breaker beam in through there. This is a standoff weapon, which has got the same range as the torpedoes. It doesn't have any sort of, it does have a shield bypass of plus 30 and an armor bypass of plus 75. Actually, that's not bad at all. This one's going to do even more damage. Let's have a look at that one and see if that's actually worth throwing on. If we just look at the Epsilon versus the deal breaker, the trouble with the deal breaker is it's double the actual the weight or the size of the torpedo. So it does almost double the damage. The damage rate is lower, and that will be because of the firing rate. It's got these medium torpedoes have got 2 torpedoes that fire per volley. It's only got 1 beam that fires in the deal breaker. The volley firing rate down through the bottom there is 0.25 seconds. Actually, that doesn't make sense. The firing rate, sorry, up through there, we've got 12 seconds between, like about 3/4 of the way down, it says firing rate. 12 seconds for the torpedo and 18 seconds for the deal breaker beam. But so it says extra 6 seconds waiting for the deal breaker to fire back up again. The energy usage per shot is a lot for the deal breaker at 80. But then we look at both the shield bypass and the armor bypass. The deal breaker is going to be breaking apart these ships very, very quickly and getting into the componentry. And that's the whole deal for us, is to try to get that one done. And it may be that we go that way, actually. Maybe we keep one of these deal breaker beams on the ship, if we can. Requires an extra 4 crew. Let's just see what happens if we do use that. So we'll go with a deal breaker on one side. So I'll just place it on the starboard side, and on the port side we'll just go with an Epsilon torpedo. I've still got a fair bit of space there, but not enough to put in another one. If I do that one, I've still got enough space. I do have one defect, that'll be the naming, I think. Yeah, this name has already been made, it's already been used. So that way we've ended up with a fairly sort of strong attack with this particular ship. So we could actually make use of this ship and just this ship. We don't need the escorts to go in with this one here. Now have a look and see, if we look at the general areas that we actually have on the ship itself, we've got 2 that are empty, so we can actually add 2 more. I've only got 5 more slots in through there. Let's have a look at a few other little things. We've only got 2 engines, so this one should be going fairly slow. If we come back down, 52 is average actually, that's not too bad. So if we leave that one there, that's going to be okay. We've got 2 shields and 1 armor. If we need more space, in fact we probably do want to get more space because we want to fill these up if we can. Now we've got a short range sensor array at the front there. I'm going to ditch that on my combat ships. So I'm just going to ditch the short range sensor. So we've got 3 sensor mounts. By the way, when you see the little eye, that means it's an external bay, and you really got to try to fill those up before you do anything else. The game likes to, for example, have shields on the whichever one's an external bay before it goes to the internal bays. So down through here, we'll just have a quick look at the different sorts of of countermeasures and things. So with the resource scanner that was, which one? Short range sensor array. This was size 5. The countermeasures system is size 10, and we do want to place that one in there. So we want to get more countermeasures on the ship just to protect it. Other things we can then go and do. A trace scanner will give us a little bit of extra targeting, and if we wanted to. The target tracking will give us even more, like plus 15% to like in our 2-hit, but it's going to chew up 10 more mounts, and I'm right on my limits now of 450 size, so I can't really add anything much else to it. So I may leave that one there. The Starfield generator, what does this one do? This one here gives me, it's a countermeasures one. It's actually almost, well, it is identical except for stealth. So the Starfield generator is also size 10 and gives me countermeasures of plus 15, but I do actually have a stealth rating. So I can start to sort of be a bit more, not much, but it'll just mean that we have a little bit more where they can't actually see us. So in terms of the that versus the countermeasures, there really is, that's the only difference, except that the Starfield chews up a little bit more polymer. Let's go with the Starfield in that case. I'll just go and replace that countermeasures with a Starfield, and I won't bother with any more of these. That still keeps me at 450. Let's have a look through and see what else we've got. So we'll just do a bit of an evaluation of the ship itself. I'm liking the firepower. I don't really like the speed. The speed is a bit of a problem. The deflection shield generators, these are size 15. I could switch them out for a size 10 and give myself another 5. We have the trace scanner gives me another, is only size 5 as well. So I could actually replace one of the deflection shield generators with 2 lots of armor, which, now the shields, once the shields go down, you can then be boarded by pirates or boarded by other ships that can board ships. So we have to be a bit careful doing that one, but it does squeeze another 5 in through here. And I can then go through the short range sensor array is, it does give me +2 and then +4 targeting. That's probably actually not bad to put one of these back on again. And then we've got the trace scanner in through here as well. We get targeting of +5. In fact, the short range sensor array with the +2 and +4 is actually better than just going with the trace scanner. That looks like it's maybe difference. I don't remember it actually having countermeasures and targeting before. So let's go and throw one of them on board as well. So we've now got a short range sensor array and a Starfield generator on the ship. We're back up to 450 again. To get an engine on is going to be too much. Like to put a proton engine on it, it's size 20. So we'd have to find 20 space on the ship somewhere, and that would mean really pulling apart some of the general areas. Let's have a look and see how it performs. Ship maneuvering is 15% for speed and maneuvering. That's going to help a little bit. The bonuses, we have energy savings of 5%, hyper jump speed of +10%, ship maintenance savings of 10%, ship speed of +15 and maneuvering, which comes in through there as well. Now the reactive rating, this is actually sort of like what sort of damage absorption it actually has, which is 3, which is actually fairly good. Iron defense of only 1, which is very, very low, but that's what you get at the start. Countermeasures of +5% and no targeting, but then we have the other bonuses coming in with those anyway. That's just with the actual hull itself. The energy collection, now this is important. When we have a look down in through here, as long as we've got enough, this is actually when we're in impulse mode, and this is when we're in hyperspace. And we've got just enough energy to go into hyperspace, and we've got more than enough energy to fire our weapons and do everything else we need to do, which is good. Our speeds, as we saw there before, is at sprint speed really is the important one for combat. So 58 is going to be going through there with fairly high energy usage there of 4, but 58 is, so it's fairly slow. Frigates and, escorts will be sort of travelling closer to 65, 70, I think. So they'll be a lot faster than us. They tend to be up that sort of way. It's still not terrible, but it's not great. Turning rate is only 10 degrees per second, which is average, I guess. Acceleration is okay. Engine limit is 3, but we're only using 2 of the engine mounts. Jump range of 120 m. Initially, that won't matter much. Actually, jump range doesn't matter. It's actually more the fuel range, the 263. The 263M is fine for what we need initially, and then eventually we'll be able to build this one up and get it with better range. Weapon range is good. Both of our standard, both our main weapons are about the same distance, and so that's going to be sort of working in fairly well. The shielding is 192. We've only got the one shield on now. That's all okay. Hull and armour, we've got double the hull and armour at this point in time. Boarding defence of 225 is okay. It's not great, but it'll do. Here's the targeting and countermeasures again. So we've got better countermeasures, which is more important than targeting, just for survivability. Sensors we had a look at before. Then we've got the if it's going to be able to produce anything else. It doesn't have any cargo capacity, so nothing else in there. And then we go through what it's actually going to. Every single component has got like a resource allowance, and so this one actually does come back in through here. So I'm sorry I'm missing so many of the comments, guys. I'll have a read through those in just a second. So I'll just but I think that this can be the backbone of our fleet. So we'll call this one a deal breaker frigate. So that will be the name of it. We'll just press enter. It's got one recommendation. It's just saying it doesn't know where we're going to get steel, polymer, Mebnar, all these different resources from that are required to build the thing. The 113 polymer is a problem. That's a lot of polymer when we don't actually know where we're going to get polymer from. So that's actually a worry to sort of see that number there. Steel will be a worry as well, but we'll get on top of that one without any real problem. So I'm happy enough with this one. Now the next really important thing is to actually go through and actually do the tactics and settings. This is often where people forget to do this, but it's really important. So how do you want to use this particular ship? There's different ways we can do it. So when it goes into combat, do we want it to close the gap? If we have a look and see what the deal breaker beam does, and really want to see whether, like at maximum range, it does 26.26. So it does half the damage at maximum range. It does double damage essentially at close range. And so we want to close in as much as we can against the enemy ships to then make use of this one. So we might as well play aggressively with the deal breaker. And the Epsilon torpedoes also have the same sort of thing. They also, you can see they're 35 damage at close range, 20.3 at maximum range. So we want to be closing in. So we want to tell the ship that no matter what ship you're going up against, close in to do the most damage that you can. So we're going to go, and the attack stance against weaker targets is already set to aggressive. We want that to be aggressive. What this means is evade means it's going to then try to stay right away from the fight. Cautious means it'll stay at maximum weapon range. Neutral means it will sort of come in sort of mid-range, and then aggressive means it's going to go in as close as it can to the enemy ship to really, really pound it very, very heavily with its weaponry. So aggressive against weaker ships is pretty much the default because weaker ships aren't going to be any much of a threat. But quite often this will be neutral. Now, in this case, I want against stronger ships as well. I want this to be an aggressive ship. I want it to go in as close as it can and do the damage. Now, retreating when 20% of non-defense components are damaged. That means that any of the stuff and any of the white things in through here, like our fuel cells, our fission reactors, the warp generator, these sorts of, if once 20% of these get damaged, it then wants to jump away from the fight. Now that means it's in the fight for too long. And so my default that I like is this one: shields below 20% and armor below 50%. It keeps them aggressive, and then they get out of there fairly quickly. So I'm just going to do that one, and the next one is any non-defense components that are damaged. But let's just go this way here. Shields below 20% and armor below 50% is going to mean that we're going to be leaving the fights fairly regularly, but it should give us survivability, and that's going to be really important at the start of the game. Everything else is actually okay, so we'll just go and save and exit. So this will be the deal breaker. Now we just edited that one. That's the only frigate that we have available. I'm going to make sure that this one's now set to manual because I don't want the AI coming in and redesigning that ship. I want to have full control over this particular ship. I don't care about the others because I'm not going to be using the others now. I'm just going to be using that one frigate design. Now the building cost in here is 9,000. Now we only have 22,000, so I can only build 2 of these at the start. So we're going to need to sort of save up and keep on building these if we can. The trouble we're going to have is we'll get the first 2 built, and then the AI will then build all of its civilian ships, and it'll chew up all of the polymer. That's going to be our big issue. Anyway, let's just go with this one in through here. So with that one selected, like I've now got this one set to manual. Again, I wish that when you saved an edited design, it would automatically flick to manual. Like again, it's just one of these things you have to remember to do. So there's a lot of things in the game I think could be improved just with little tweaks, and that this is another one of them. So we'll just go and do that one through there. Now our ship, our planet itself, we like to build the ships. We can build certain classes of ships directly on the planet, and so I want to build 2 of those ships to use up the money. But also on the planet itself, if we look at resource shortages, at the moment we don't have any resource shortages, but we don't know where a lot of these resources are going to come from. So if we have a scroll down through here, we have 1,155 polymer. That's going to go very, very quickly. So we can expect that one to disappear very, very fast. And also our steel, we've got 1,300. We'll find steel fairly readily. On the actual planet itself, we have, there's 2 unknown items present so far, so we'll find out more things there. But in this case, yeah, we don't actually know of any of the resources on the planet itself at this stage. But let's just go across into our planet, and we do want to eventually get a small spaceport. Now, there's 2 different classes of spaceport. This is another thing that I find a bit wrong with the game, is it's actually got like a, it's got two size of spaceport, but they still call it SSP, like for the smalls. They're still considered small spaceports, but they're actually not. Like one is actually cheap at 11,000, one's 16,000. This is the bigger one, the bigger spaceport. But anyway, that's another whole aspect. They call the same. They call 2 different spaceport designs the same thing. I think there's one other aspect in the game that does that as well. It's just little things like this which end up being confusing for people. So we want to go through with a, go to the next page across. This is our build our deal breaker frigate. So I'm just going to go and queue up 2 of those. There's one of them now. Click on it a second time. And we now run out of money. So we're now down to 4,000 with those 2 ships queued up. But at least we've got those there. Another way I can do this is to go across, and I'll just go across into my military ships. We're going to go across into fleets. This will be a bit confusing, but it's the easiest way to manage your ships. And we're going to we've got standard fleet standard fleet names and designs and roles in through here. I'm just going to call these defense fleets. I'm just going to go and edit the defense fleet. So I'm just going to go into there, going to go to edit. And we're going to get rid of the cruisers and the destroyers. I'm going to make it 4 frigates, and this will be, I can usually tell it to use a deal breaker frigate or just go to latest design for the whole type of frigate. So let's just go that way. That way anything that's done in the frigate design will be, whatever the latest one of the frigates will be used in this particular fleet. Now the fleet engagement range, I'm going to make this one stay close to wherever I set it up. So I'm just going to go to nearby. This means it stays in around the actual planet or the base that you tell it to go to. So I can go to same location means it will go to the moons around a planet and look after those. But let's just go to nearby, which means when I tell it to go to a station, it won't deviate away from that. Any strength here, that's okay. That's all okay. Everything else is actually fine there. So we'll just keep on with that one there. Now I'm using ship tactics instead of fleet. I could actually override these as well and just go to and change the retreats and things, but we'll just leave that one there. Now for the first fleet that we end up having, I'll just manually go and create the other fleet. So this is actually now done with only 4 ships in the actual fleet. So that will be our goal, to actually get that one done. We've got these 2 being built. I'll just select both of those and then just create a new fleet out of those ships. This will be the first fleet. And then these will actually have, I can top up with ships, but this is actually thinks it's an attack fleet. So I'm going to go and change it now to our new defense fleet. So that will be the type of fleet that it actually is. And it would be wanting us to top up the fleet with ships, but we don't actually have any other ships to do that with. So I'm just going to leave that there until we can actually use it. And the fleet role, I'm going to leave that as manual at this stage, and I'll come back and I can then just change it to also do specific things. Now, ultimately, we'll probably have it as a defense fleet. Let's leave it there and just unpause the game. We do actually have a gas giant here, which hopefully will have some Caslon on it. There's a few things we can sort of see in through here of what we can anticipate that we'll find. So we've got asteroids in through there, ice asteroids, but that's going to be like a small asteroid belt. This is where we're going to get most of our steel from. so that won't be a problem. There's another rocky metallic moon. We may get some steel from there. A gas giant there as well. Should have Caslon there, possibly Caslon there, hopefully. I hope that I get the Caslon really close to our home base. We've got a volcanic moon in through there as well. This should have other resources. It will be a little bit rare. We've got the marshy swamp moon. We may even get polymer from here. Desert savanna moon, that will be okay. Frozen gas giants won't really be all that good. And more asteroids in through there. So let's just let the game run forward now. So we're not going to do much else. We're just going to sit here. The game will then advise us to build a space station when it can afford to do that, when it gets up to 11,000. And I probably will say yes. Here we go. So under feudalism, we then did pick up these different things. Because we started off as a feudalism, we end up with starfighters, zero-G combat, and shipboarding. So we'll dismiss that particular message. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of the comments here, guys. I'll just go back and read through where I got up to. What did I get up to? Okay, I've done those. I'm not that far off. Oops, sorry, I'll just pause. Yeah, we're finding resources now. I'll come back to these in just a second. Shadowhawk saying we will touch the stars. First Lord, there's been a coup d'etat. So yeah, you're joking. They then dies. That's exactly what happened at the start there. Fast Wings is saying this is one of the games I kind of lost so fast. Yep. So Andrew Cole is saying fine tuning the home planet tax rate to optimise the growth and research investment on the second page, first tab is pretty critical. So tax rate manual and that investment allocation manual as well. Yes and no. It's one of these things where I don't like to do it because new players aren't going to want to do that. So I try to keep it so that the game looks after that aspect. It does a good job of doing that. So I tend to just let the game look after the taxation unless I really have to step in. And in this case, I don't think we're going to have to. So I'm just going to let it do its own thing. I'll talk about that a little bit later on when we've got other colonies that we can then sort of we can then have a look to see how we tweak them. Yep, so Roy is then saying go with frigates, upgrade them later. Each ship design has got its own pluses and minuses, but the frigates in this case were the better way to go. Remember, if human rights only apply to humans, feel free to treat alien pirates however you want. Then Diamond's saying, awesome, how's it going? So yes, it's going very well, thank you. Monk's saying, I've not played recently, but I remember racial components would not show if you filtered by latest per category. Yeah, some of them don't. If they don't actually have the family aspect to them, and that's what I've found, is that some of them don't actually have family listed, but the deal breaker does, and the deal breaker is a specific weapon for the Harkonish. So that one was actually showing up in this instance. John Longshore is saying red weapons are unusable to you. That was a question mark. I did answer that one, which they're not. That just means that they're weapons. Yep, and Dusty Monk had answered that one as well. Shadow Hawk is saying these ships look like Yolkians from Jimmy Neutron, and how I can't stop laughing. I don't know that one. So Point Defence also goes in red slots, says Dusty. Yep, and then Charles is saying which of the current crop of this type of game has the closest tactical combat to Mu 2? Okay, to Mu 2, I think the closest one is actually God, what is it? Interstellar Space Genesis, ISG, would be the closest, I think. So if you're looking for a Mu 2 experience, then I think that your game is actually is going to be ISG, which is also a very, very good game. That for me is the closest to Mu 2. Shadow Fox saying, is there a boarding torpedo? If so, you've got to get it's got to be the only real viable weapon. There is. Boarding is. You'll see when we get to the pirates. I'll show you actually when we find the pirates as to how boarding works, because that's what they rely on. They rely very heavily on boarding. So hi Sea and Sand, and Curry Munch is saying, evening Daz, good to catch you live. Have they given you time scale of how often they will be adding all the races yet? No, I know that. I know when the next one is coming. Tomorrow there is a in 17 and a half hours on the Slytherin Twitch channel, they'll be doing an expose on the coming DLC for the 2 new races. And I don't know if they've officially released the date of that. I can tell you it's next month anyway. So that one's coming next month. And then I think they're going to be switching from races across to something different. They still haven't actually updated the first 7 races to make them with all the new perks that the new races are coming in with. I mean, they don't dramatically change things, like the Harkonish don't actually have them, but we won't really notice it much in what we're doing. But yeah, I don't know when all of the races will be coming. So certainly know that, and I think it's public knowledge that we've got the Gizzerians, which are like an insectoid faction, as well as the Quamino, which is an aquatic faction. They're both coming in next month. After that, I think they then go back to Shakturi and start to sort of then look at the end game threats. I'm not sure when pirates will come as well. So there's a whole range of different things that will come over time, but it's going to be good. Okay, so Wiggly is saying, "Oh, damn, I need to go to bed, but looking forward to watching this tomorrow." That's good. It's not my usual streaming time. Okay, so Kurosami is saying, "Awesome, my favourite 4X space game." This is the best one for me too. I like playing this one the most, but God, there's some good Space 4Xs out there at the moment. Like ISG is fantastic. Galciv 4, I'm having so much fun playing that game. And again, just getting my head into the mindset that it's more of a board game than a simulation game. It's so different to Distant Worlds, but it's still great games. I haven't played Stellaris in such a long time, but again, that's a great game as well. Anyway, let's continue on. So now we're discovering this is we've got steel, which is important. Now, what will end up happening is that the AI will start to now go off and mine the important resources, which steel will be one of them that they'll go and target. So steel usually comes with Mebnar, there's Mebnar there. Then we've got, this is Aculon, which is not really important to us. And then we also have Caprica, which is also not important to us at this point in time. So I'll just dismiss these. I can just right-click on these just to get rid of them. Now we don't have to worry about them. They're going to be coming thick and fast, those messages. I tend to like playing the game just on normal speed as well, because a lot can actually happen. Now, we've got enough in here now. No, it's 9,000 to get the next ship. And I would like to get at least one more ship. So, assigned mission. So here we go. So this one is saying, hey, can we build a space station in here? We're going to get good mining rates of steel, good mining rates of Mebnar, and then low mining rates of Aculon and Caprica. These are more rare, but we don't use them much. And so it wants me to say, should we build it at the Thokaru in the Abinishi system? Now, the Abinishi system is our system, and Thokaru is right there. So it's actually gone into this asteroid belt. And you can see there that the explorers are now just coming through to actually do their sweeps of the system, and they're finding different sorts of things. So it's saying, yeah, let's build a mining station in the middle here somewhere to pick up as much of the resources in this asteroid belt as we can. And we're going to say, yes, go and do it. So now what happens here is, I'll just point out as well what actually happens with the explorers. So the explorer ships, when we actually have a look at them, have got like two special things. They've got like a resource scanner, which is like a sonar. So it comes in and does a sonar sweep over 45 seconds, and it collects anything within the exploration range of 5,000. So it just does a sweep for resources using that particular scanner. The next one is an advanced survey module, and this is an away team. Unfortunately, both of these actually have the same graphic. And again, this is another thing. I would love to see the actual sonar sweep as a sonar sweep, and then the away team as an actual away team that then goes to the individual things. The away team can get it up to 25 exploration points, but it does take 110 seconds, so nearly 2 minutes to do this typically. It's a bit faster for asteroids, but that's its typical time. Whereas the resource scanner, the maximum it can get up to is just 5. So if it can find things within 5, like if we just go back out, just exit out of that one there, for example. So this one is currently, what's it currently doing? It's exploring the system in through this other side. If we have a bit of a look, we'll then sort of see that some of these, if it's got that 5 there, it means that the sweep has actually now found everything that's on this one. There's nothing hidden. I'll just see if I can find anything else. That one's gone to 15. And so this metallic asteroid did require an away team to go onto it, to then look and look deeper at what was going on. 5, 5, 5. Is there anything that's... there we go. This one here has had the sonar sweep has actually gone into this particular asteroid, but there's still unknown items are present, so we don't know what they actually are. So it will now send away teams in to actually get this one up to up to a maximum of 25 to see if we can find what the resource was that was actually there. We should have other things now. Sort of also, this one here is going to be checking out this particular location. It's only level 1, just means it's got visual on it, so it's not going to, like, it will come and do a sector sweep fairly soon. This one is sweeping this one as well, so these are only just starting at this point in time. Let's just let them go forward. I'll just pause that again, so just have a quick look and see. Curry Munch is saying, hope they implement pirates better than they did in Distant Worlds 1. The pirates will come with its own DLC, essentially, like the more upgraded pirates. They have improved their aggression. Thanks for the super chat there, John. Very much appreciated. He's saying Distant Worlds 2 is $50 on your store, but currently on sale on Steam for $34.99. Just wondering if the price adjusts if you purchase through you. No, it doesn't. Some deals do come back through my Nexus store. Good question, actually. But always double check if you're looking to buy through my Nexus store. If there is a deal on, and for example the Strategy Fest deals that are on currently don't come across, so I don't think they come across into my Nexus game store. But sometimes the specials do, sometimes they don't. So in this case they don't. But yeah, that's where we are with that one there. All right, let's continue on. Just unpause. So a lot of people play the game on 4 times speed, but you miss a lot of stuff that does go on. So I'll just leave it on minimal for now. I might get up to 2 times speed as our maximum. Maybe we'll do that now until we get the pirates. So let's just go and speed it up a little bit. The pirates will visit us fairly soon. Yeah, we've got these the explorers. They're just going off to check other things now as they're finishing off, discovering different things. We still haven't found Caslon, which is a bit of a problem. Yeah, this one here is that one should be. Yep, that one's actually sending. That one's doing its sector sweep of this one hitting through here. Hopefully we'll find the Caslon right there. That would be good. That's a special luxury resource, which is not really important to us. Here we go. Now, where do we find the Caslon? Great, we found it right here at our home world. We'll dismiss that one. So we found actually a lot of stuff in through here. Now, this is important to us. So we're going to. 54 is the mining rate there, which is good. It means we're going to have a good source of Caslon really, really close by. Now, what we want to do through here is actually, I can't sort of tell it exactly when to go. This is a private economy expense of 10,000 credits, and I can actually tell it to go and do it, but I can't tell it where to do it. So unfortunately, it's just a matter of it will just build it where it wants to build it. So we're using our constructors, but the private enterprise is actually paying for it. So I'm just going to go across. Actually, we're up to 20,000 again. Let's just go back across into our fleets. So we've got the if we just press the first fleet, the F, and I'll go Control 1 just so we've got it on hotkey number 1. I'm now just going to do a top up with ships. I want to get to at least 3 ships. So I'll just go and do that one. Okay, we've got all 4 of them now queued up. And being built on the planet itself. So this will then give us enough protection, I think, against the pirates. We've got one of them is already here. Okay, so Jerry Fighter saying, hello, how do you compare this to Gal Civ 4? I said at the start, actually, with the approach is completely different. You approach this game as a simulation game, and you approach Gal Civ as a board game. And so Gal Civ 4 is very much a game where where things are abstracted to make it so that it plays like a board game. So the pacing will tend to be a bit faster and a bit more consistent with a board game style game. Whereas in this game, the simulation aspect means that everything is open basically. So this is a much more open game. Things aren't as abstracted as much as in Gal Civ, although the automation with this game can be set for absolutely everything. I'll leave that one where that is. Anyway, that's sort of, I guess, in a nutshell, the way to to sort of get your brain into the right sort of gear for each of the games. Both great games, but play very, very differently. This one here, for example, it's not an auto battler when you come into combat. The combat is literally just played on the one big map. So I mean, we're looking at one little system in the middle there. That's all we're focusing on at the moment, is just this little area. We may not even get to look at any of this for the whole game beyond about that sort of range. But this is going to get fairly nasty in the middle here somewhere. We're now sort of going out further afield. We'll sort of find other things. There's another planetary system over through here that we've only just sort of located. Continue on. Now we've got 13,000. This gives me enough now to build this small spaceport, and so now it's important that I queue that one up as well. You can see there that the private sector is now queuing things up. We now have 7 resource shortages. This is important for us to have a bit of a look at this one right now. So I've got it on pause just so it doesn't get too far away. I've got 229 polymer left. That's all I've got left at this point in time. This will be the determining factor as to what we do. It's very important we do get a space station up now, and in fact, I could have even done that with I could have had 3 ships in my fleet and then actually built the space station. So we may have left this one too late. If we go back into here, you can see there, yeah, what are we missing? We're missing 123 steel for that small spaceport. Now, can we build a small spaceport that saves 123 steel? And I don't know if we can. Let's just go and build the absolute minimum and then build it up from there. So if we go back into here, this is because what I don't want to have happen is I don't want the private sector to reserve all of the polymer for their ships, and then we don't actually get the space station that we require. So again, playing on a trying system start means that we're going to be missing things, and so we have to make the best use of our resources. So this is these sorts of min-maxing that I'm doing now is not typically what you have to do when you play a normal game of Distant Worlds, but in this case we have to be very, very careful with what we end up having here. Now, steel we will get, now we're down to 99 steel, so let's have a look and see what we end up having for the smallest of the space station designs. So if we go to a space station in, now we're looking at all types in through here. Got resort stations. Where are the space stations with the role? The spaceports in through here. So we've got an SP1 and an SP2. Now you can see there, this one is actually much, much less. Let's have a look and see what happens if we edit this one. So this is our space station in here, and when we have a look down, how far off are we than 99? We're a long, long way off, unfortunately, with this. That's an awful lot for us to try to save to build this particular one. Let's cancel that for 1 second, and we'll go back into our text and just sort of see what the parameters actually are for these. So if we go into basic orbitals, the small spaceport in through there costs already 125 steel, just in the base cost for the hull of the spaceport. So I can't build it at this point in time. I'm sort of screwed with that. So there's not really a hell of a lot I can do. If I exit the research, I don't think if I go and cancel the construction, let's just to that one there. That's a small freighter. Let's cancel that construction and just see if that gives me back any of my resources. Yeah, actually, we're almost there actually with that one gone. Let's do that again. So we can milk it this way. So we've got a mining ship. Now the mining ships are quite useful to me. The small freighters really aren't at the moment. So let's go to this small freighter and cancel that construction as well. That then gives me a resource shortage here of, we've got 337, which is enough for me to then go and build a small spaceport. So if we just come back in, go back into our build new ships, and you can see we can now just get it. We can just squeeze it out. We can't afford to build that one, but we can build this one and then upgrade it. So without even changing the design, that will be fine. Now, what I want to do here is I've got to figure out where do I want this to be. Which is the most important angle? Again, this is min-maxing. I can just do it automatically, or I can sort of set it up. And I'm thinking that I'll ultimately end up having it, well, I'll get one built over through here, but I don't want to do that one just yet. So I'll end up trying to build it over this side, I think, just so we've got this angle. Although, to be honest, the invading ships could come from any angle. We just don't know where they're going to come from. So it doesn't really matter where we go, but I'll place it on this other side, on the bright side of the planet. So if I select the actual world itself, and then just pick a direction, and then just do a long right click, I can then build. Actually, it's a research station. It's not letting me build the space stations, the spaceports there. So I can't actually do that one at this stage. I'd have to unpause, and I don't want to do that because the AI will then get involved. So we'll just go and put the small spaceport in. It will then just randomly place it somewhere. It's placed it on the other side. That'll do. That's okay. So that's now going to be under construction as well. So this now just gets slotted in after our other ships. So we'll leave that there. And yeah, everything else is going fairly well. If we just press the first fleet, we've got all 4 of these. So this one's still being constructed. That first ship is almost done. There we go. We've got the first of the frigates. Getting 4 of them should be able to protect against individual pirate ships once we get going. Just let it sort of keep on building up. I don't think I can actually change the order of these. Oh, here we go. Move down the construction queue. I think we'll actually move these down. How far off? We're 31% there. Let's just get two of these built, and then we'll get the spaceport. Here we go. We've now come across the Venomous Moon Intruders. Now these are the same faction as us. This pirate faction is predominantly composed of Harkonish. Same as our empire. Although they are pirates, they could prove useful allies if handled properly. Initial communications with the Harkonish have been fairly neutral. The Harkonish are wary of us. Getting at least 1 and maybe even 2 pirate factions is actually not too bad. Hi Kay Shizzle, how you going? So getting 1 or 2 under, like where we pay them off, is not a bad thing to do. And so this one being also the same faction that we are means that they're going to be much more amenable to being friendly in the future, and that's important. So I'm going to be friendly with any Harkonish pirates and then unfriendly with anyone else. So in this case, we're just going to dismiss that message. They will then come in with a treaty offer. We can just go back across. We may not know much about them just yet. They've got a military strength of 126, which is reasonable. That's reasonably difficult. So let's just go across. We will actually accept this treaty that they've got. And leave that one there. We've got more discoveries now coming in. Silicon is good as well. This is actually excellent. So the Abunchi system is fine. I can rename the systems as well, and we've also got Necros Stone. So these are all important components for us that we're now finding in our local system. And we need to get our cash flow up. Now that was the pirate ships who had come in, and now the pirate ships have just left that system. They're heading off. Now we're going to find as we go into other systems that we'll actually end up controlling even more borders in space in through here. Bit hard to see that there, but that's our borders. So as we hit each of these, at this stage, we do control these systems. And we'll control most of these in around here, I would think. And we'll just let the explorers do their thing for a little while. So we're still going backwards in here with cash flow. Got some monsters over there under attack. So this one's under attack by a Gravelex. So we can have a bit of a look. So this explorer will just sort of make its way away from this particular system. So this neutron Gravelex will then sort of go after it. New spy. We've now got a spy that's appeared. We don't actually have anyone that we can spy on yet, but we will. Another thing we can do, we can actually, because we're a mercantile guild, we can tell our mining ships to specifically go and get different resources. But I won't rush that. Now here's another set of Harkonish pirates. I'm going to befriend these as well. So we'll just pause that for a second. That's our second frigate. They should come up with a request. There we go. Accept the treaty. So we'll actually accept that one as well. It's going to chew through our money a lot, doing what we're doing here. But we'll do it initially because we want to end up on friendly terms with them. Now, the next thing we're going to be building is a spaceport. This will then get our, at the moment, our technology is 141 years. The spaceport will then improve that dramatically. I might just put my air conditioner on. I'll just be 1 second. Okay. So, Chickenhuck saying, main issue with such games, races too much look-alike. In 90% of games, you can remake them as human factions and they'll be okay with the same mechanics. I think the thing with the with this game is actually more the ship designs. Is actually they are quite unique. Each faction really has to play quite differently in Distant Worlds. Like it does give you a very different sort of way of playing. It may not seem that way superficially, but on the once you actually get into it, it's really quite interesting how the ship designs just change things dramatically across the game. And they are working on actually bringing more things in to make it even more impactful, which is good. Okay, now we've got another one in through here. This is actually now where we do want to get this one built, so we can now afford to get this one done. This is actually where we get our Caslon supply, but we've now got negative cash at this point in time. Now these pirates are going to be draining that cash for a little while. I definitely can't afford to pay off any other pirates. Eventually the pirates will be good for us, but not immediately. Castan was saying some unique governments help differentiate things too. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it is one of these games where like you get every race does certainly have a different feel, but I do find that the actual combat with the way the ships work is really, really amazing in the game. I mean, I can show you the differences even just with looking at, for example, like when you compare the Teekans with, say, the Boscarans. So you've got like a super aggressive race and a super passive race. The difference in just their ship designs is just phenomenal. Now, here we go. We found polymer. We finally found some. So this is actually a source of polymer. This is really, really important. Now, our mining ships will start to go across to here as we have a higher and higher need for it. It's a fair way away from where we are, unfortunately. So eventually we'll need to get a... where do we find this one? If we just go and have a look. It's this carbonaceous moon in here. There's still another item that's unknown just yet. It's only 10%, so it's going to be a slow way of building this one up. Now, if I build a station here, this is going to be targeted by pirates. So I think I'll just let the game, until the game actually advises me to build a space station there, I'll just let it do its own thing. So Chickenhuck is saying, yes, they play very differently, but they are too much reskin of humans. No faction, as far as I know, which dramatically alters gameplay. For example, in Into Space, they are much more different, which is a huge plus. Yeah, see, I really don't like Into Space, I've got to say. I find the game looks good, but it doesn't actually, for me, it doesn't play well. It's in one sense, because this is a simulation game, I guess the objectives are the same for each faction. Like, there's not really very different objectives. Although, having said that, I mean, you do actually have the victory conditions for us. What do we have? So when we look at the last one there in the red, it says our race victory. So we need to 50%. We earn the most trade income from the galaxy. That's an objective for us. And control one location of the either Loris fruit, Caribbean spice, or Zentabia fluid. So that's actually what our goals actually are. Playing as the Harkonish. So they have those that are different, but I don't know. I find that also the interaction with the different races is quite interesting as well. Like, certain races really hate each other, and others quite like each other. I find it is very, very different, to be honest. This game, I find that I certainly don't feel that I'm playing the same game when I'm playing as the Teekans versus the Boscarans, or Boscarans versus anyone really. It's for me, it's quite different, and they've added a lot into the game as well with that. But again, each to their own really with this. Now we've got Tiderius. That's okay, not really important to us. The polymers, that's a big one. We may still find some in our home systems. More Gravelixes back in through there. Under attack again. Just missed that one. And then we've got that's a good one there with plus 7% colony development and income as well. So that would be another nice one back in this other area. to really look after this area, I'm going to need to get like a second fleet of ships, I think, when we can afford it. We're up to 12,000 again. So Lexi's saying, I never put weapon and defence slots on stations, and with many pirates, that they never attack my stations and fight each other. Sometimes they raid few credits, though. Yeah, it's I'm just leaving that sort of as default at this stage. So I'll just sort of leave them up where they are. I mean, they do become important to help with defences. So Chicken X saying, no, I'm not about what game is better. ES just has this important feature. Game can be good without it. Some sort of Age of Empires 2 in space can be a 10 out of 10 game, but for this genre, this is important. Yeah, it's here we go. This is one we don't want to be looking after, and so these have been moderately successful, unfortunately for us, because we're not going to put up with these guys. So whatever they do against us, we're going to be coming after them. So let's just go and have a look and see. I'll just dismiss this. Now, where did they come in? Here they come in now, over here. So we're starting to sort of see their ships on their way in. And so this is the Lone Sun Outlaws are coming in. These have got massive strength in through here. This is a fleet destroyer. Now our ships are going to struggle against these ships. They also have special. These ships have got splinter pods, which are special boarding pods. So they're going to be able to do a lot more damage to us than we will to them. You've got another ship coming back over here, which is another fleet frigate. So much smaller, much more in keeping with our sort of scale of things. And they're coming in to attack this mining station. What's this one here? This one's coming into raid. This is another fleet destroyer with a massive strength. All right, so I'm going to send. How's our fleet going? We're still building it up. So at the moment, we've got no mission, and even though if I set it back to a defend role, it will only stay around. I might just do that one. So defend targets within 50% fuel range of where we actually are. That's actually not what I wanted. Let's just go back across and have another look at that again. So we go to the defence fleet and edit this. Yeah, it should be nearby. That should be what it does. Okay, I'm going to have to change the actual what the ships themselves do just to get around this. So let's just go across and just go to this particular ship and then just set its tactics to be engagement range just to nearby. I'm just going to set this to set these tactical settings to all ships of this design in the fleet. So there we go. So it's applied now to 3 other ships as well. That will be good. And so that one they shouldn't move off. I don't want them moving away until we've actually got them. I'll have to just let the pirates raid for a little while. So I've got this one here. By the way, guys, if you do want to have any of the ships named after you, I can't actually ban you, which is what I do on Twitch, but I can actually name the ships. So let me know if you want me to, if you just sing out in the chat if you want a ship named after you. I've only got 4 at the start here, but we'll get more eventually. So just do an @dad's tactics so it shows up in red for me, and then I'll and then just if you want a ship renamed. Okay, they're offering us protection. We're going to decline this one. We're doing okay with our money again. Dismiss that one as well. So Chicken X saying another important feature: fleet design and combat. For me, space strategy can be good without one or the other, but not without both. By the way, for some reason, many great games sleep on this, like Stellaris. Yeah, it's sort of funny actually. Well, again, I find this game great in that regard. I really like the space combat. You know, having to design your ships effectively and then sort of move them in. You know, we've still got both of these. We've only got a strength of 78, so ours are really weak. This is why we need to have like a fleet of these. There we go. So David is saying greetings from Ireland, or greetings back. Hope you're all doing well. So we're building this one up. We're still at 76% construction there at this stage. The mining ship is under attack. So if we have a look and see what's going on through here. So this mining ship has already now been hit pretty hard. It's jumping away from this location. There's so many pirate ships coming in. Now they should be attacking this mining station. That should be really what they're focused on. But they're going to hit things on their way through as well. We don't want them destroying their ships. We don't mind them raiding ships as such. I might just go back to normal speed now. Get away, get away, get away. It's been disabled, unfortunately. No, we got away. That's good. Now, these are two different pirate ships. We've got a... actually, they're the same group, aren't they? Lone Sun Outlaws and... yeah, Lone Sun Outlaws. I don't know why they're firing at each other. No, they're just having a crack at everything. Yeah, we've got pirates on board now, attacking the pirates at this station. So they're going to keep on raiding until we actually get our fleet. So we've got our spaceport now done. That's good. That's going to speed up the construction. It's also going to then reduce the technology. So it's now 76 years to get the hyperdrive. There we go. We lost that frigate. Sorry, that little freighter. And then these guys are just going to keep on raiding this. We're fighting back, though. We are fighting back. So the boarding parties are certainly firing along. Now, what sort of weaponry have they got in here? They've got fusion beams. Okay, so you've got large fusion beams, which do a lot of damage at longer range than what our ships will do. So these are standoff beam weapons. They don't actually have the bypass that our ships actually have. So it's just very, very good beam weaponry. Anyway, let's continue on. Yeah, no, they've got heaps of pirates on board now. So they'll raid this one, unfortunately, and we don't want them taking cash if we can help it, but or resources actually, really, as well. So Joram was saying late to the party, but I had to listen to your Twitch first to see why it was only a 7-minute stream. Didn't want to find out you were hit by a bus or something. She's going to say, I want a decent human decency, or so much for subtlety. My two capital ships in current Star Sector games, both named by the game randomly. There we go. Yeah, it's funny some of the games with what they bring in. This thing is still actually under okay, we've got raided. They did steal half our money from that station. Now they'll keep on raiding this. This will be until we actually can fight back, and really we can't do that until we really get on top of this fleet. So we're now at we're still at 86% construction there. We'll just let it come in. Also, when these ships are constructed, their shielding will be at 0, so we have to wait for them to come up. Okay, they're raiding more of these that Thickery mining station. Back over there, we'll just let it do its thing. Now, this is the mining station there, the Abunchi 2 mining station. Frigate, new frigate completed. There we go. So that's now given us 3 of them, and we've still got 1 more coming. And this will actually be fairly fast as it builds it from the now via the spaceport, I think. Yeah, so it's building this one here. So the spaceport will do a good job. Now we can retrofit, but we need 12,000 credits to do that one, and we're now missing our polymer. So the polymer is we're now not going to be able to do anything until the mining ships come back from. Is it? No, that's volcanic. This carbonaceous moon in here. So we should start to see mining ships coming out here fairly soon. Yeah, just go back across into here. New spy has appeared. I'll just let the spies do their stuff automatically. I won't actually give them orders to do just yet. That one's leaving the construction yard. Yep, still got this one here coming. So this one here, you can see that the shielding has to come up before we can really take it into combat. So I'll let it accrue, I'll let it just sit back there, even if we get attacked by the pirates for a little while now. And we've got the other ships. This one here is the one that one's now ready to go. Just check on the pirates. Are they still over here? No, they've now left this one alone. Okay, we're picking up the debris. So we've got some. We'll get back some of the resources from that blown up freighter that was blown up by the pirates. How are we going in here? Still got unknown items present. We've got Oasian Jade, which is good. That's going to be useful. Okay, with the last frigate is now completed, we've got new resource, Carbonite. Oh, hang on, here we go. This has just been salvaging an engine superstructure. We did find some Carbonite there, but we don't know where Carbonite actually is yet in the galaxy, so that's going to be a bit of a problem for us. So Carbonite and Polymer tend to be two of the resources that are quite difficult to find. We might just pause the game and have a bit of a look at that now. So Zalek is saying, I'm back watching from the start, so this comment is out of date, but somebody asked about CK3. I agree that Distant Worlds 2 is a sim. For me it does what Elite does, but more satisfyingly, if that makes sense. I haven't played Elite Dangerous, so I'm not sure how that one actually does play. Anyway, let's go back across. So we've got the, we're just going to go to resources now and just see what we've got. So Caslon, we've got 3 sources. Let's have a look and see where they actually are. So if we go and click on those, these are actually out here as well. This system here looks like it's going to become quite important to us. Polymer, we've got 2 sources actually. So we've got 2 sources back in through there and here, which is good to know. Carbonite, we haven't got any yet, and that's going to be our big problem. Necros Stone, we've got 1 source back in the homeworld. Silicon, we've got 2 sources, homeworld and back out here as well. Emeros, don't know where that is. That's not important really just yet. Istalia is not important. Toderia is not important either. Casian not important. Caprica will be, but there's 5 sources there that we actually end up having. Argon not important. Krypton not important. Steel, we've got heaps of sources, so they're going to be everywhere, but we are actually mining just one of them at this stage. And then Mebnar. So that's all of our standard fuel and construction resources. We are mining one of the Caslon though. This is going to be important, getting the polymer and now the carbonite. We've got 443 in our stockpiles. I've only got 27 in the stockpiles now for polymer, so we can't build much else. Looking at the others, everything else is actually okay. Even steel, 6,000 now basically stockpiled, but that could mean on ships or anything. So if we go back to the actual planet itself and have a bit of a look at the homeworld and just have a look and see what the shortages are in here. Now we've got 9 shortages. So argon is technically got a shortage. Carbonite, still got 222 there, but that will run out fairly fast. Polymer down to 13 now, and steel 2,000 is actually, that's okay. We can sort of now make use of that. Polymer is going to be the thing that will actually now slow us right down, and carbonite ultimately. Let's just let it run forward. Just let the explorer ships do their thing. Okay, since send us a first fleet to prepare an attack Gravelix at Titterwin. Now, I'm not really wanting to do this, to be honest. I want to use these to protect against pirates, so I'm going to decline that mission. If these become annoying, I'm just going to turn off the suggestions for that one there. So Chicken is saying, God, I'm waiting for a good 4X with combat mechanics like in Battlefleet Gothic or Star Sector for so long. Start wondering if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played Battlefleet. I think I played it once, but not for very much. Here we go. Here we go. This is exactly what we needed. Zentavia fluid. This is a game changer. This is also back in the Taika system. And so the Taika system has now become extremely important because we've got the Zentavia fluid. This is actually one of the resources that we need to win the game. And it's really close to our home world. So we'll definitely be wanting to do something in here. So if we just go across and just go to the planet. So this is the Emnoi volcanic moon, which has got good mining rates of this one as well. That 24% colony development essentially means money. So that's going to add a lot of money to our home world. And that will then sort of change our money situation right around. It won't change our ability to build things, but it will change what we can afford and how we then sort of approach the game. We've got the polymer world back over here as well. In fact, we should have a look at the other polymer world, which is in here somewhere. Looks like this one might, yeah, this one's got 13% production in there. This one here is a 7% colony development. So we'll have mining ships coming in, I would imagine. Actually, that's an explorer. And that one is a mining ship, which is going to be mining away at this particular world. So we'll get the polymer from there, but not if we don't know about the carbonite just yet. Let's just keep it going. That's a really, really good find. Now, I might even set up, if I can, actually I don't think we can actually do it, but if we can build a mining station here. No, we can't do it. We're missing too much polymer. So when the polymer fixes itself up, I'll get that one, building that one as well. And then items in through there as well. That's good. And we'll just now wait for the pirates to come back again. They'll come back in and raid this this system again, and we'll be sort of ready for them now. Just keep our fleet back at home until they appear back in again. Here they come, right on cue, and so the pirates are now coming back in. So that's a heavy escort now from the same pirate group. Strength about the same strength as our ships. This one here is a heavy escort as well. And what else did they bring in this time as well? This is a heavy escort. So 3 heavy escorts. If I zoom back out, we can sort of see exactly what they are. So just heavy escorts, 3 of them in through there. We have our first fleet. So our first fleet should now be ready. So let's just go and send them in to attack. So we'll just tell them just to actually attack the Intrepid mutiny of the Lone Sun Outlaws. So we'll just see if we can start to destroy these ships. So we'll let them come in. And they're going to be attacking that. They're refueling at Gamma Haven. They're all going off to wherever Gamma Haven actually happens to be. So that must be their capital. What we might do here is I'll just press the tab keys so I'm sort of can zoom around and line things up. If we have a look and see what they're actually up to, which direction are they going to head off from? Where are they going to line up? Because Gamma Haven sounds like their home world. So it looks like that's the direction. Sort of back in there somewhere. So if we zoom out, what's out that way? Gamma Haven? Oh, hard to tell. There's nothing much really out that way. It wouldn't be that one there, I don't think. It could be that one. Let's just see which direction they actually head off. It's the wrong one. So they're going to leave before we get a chance to actually attack them. It's not deviating from that direction. That one isn't either. And they are jumping. Here comes our ships. Yeah, it's gone. All right, so it sort of went off in that direction there. I don't think it's not there. It's got to be one of these. All right, well, we'll just leave it where that is. Just bring it back to Galactic North. And our fleet won't be able to do much. They're clunky, aren't they, in comparison? They're gone. What we might do is just have it come across and... actually, no, I won't. I'll send it back home again. Send it back to there. Different games is then talking about Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. That's a great simulation game, isn't it? Really, with space combat. The thing I really don't like about Deadlock is the dialogue, the voice dialogue. So finding other resources. Actually, that was something a bit different. That was if we go back into here. If we go back into the research in there, there's still nothing else there. That's okay. We need to find other locations. So the fleet will just sit around now and wait for the next lot of pirates to come back in. So I'm guessing that the pirates are up in here somewhere. That seemed to be sort of like the line that they took. The explorers will eventually get out that way. The other thing with Deadlock is the actual strategy component of it was pretty weak, I think. Just with the like we tried to sort of keep the what is it the four system approach with the original Battlestar Galactica. I guess it had to do that, but it just didn't really work well as a strategy game. But the actual combat component was great. Okay, so new general has appeared, so we've got that's good. I'll just pause that for a second, just read a few more of the comments. So yeah, Joram is saying, I haven't played this for a while because I got frustrated with not having the ability to have multiple ships or less per hull type. I know they worked on it, but heard feedback that upgrading ships is hard. No, it's actually not if you get used to how the fleet system works, and it's incredible, the fleet system. Like, it's very, very powerful. It's complex, but it sort of has to be with what it does. So, for example, we have a. I think the important thing is to know that you've got you can actually designate exactly what type of ship you want. So, for example, in our defence fleet, this is the only one we're actually using. If I go and edit this one here, this is made up of frigates, and the frigate that I've got in this one is the latest design for the hull frigate. So I can actually just tell it, okay, whatever my latest design for a frigate hull is, use that particular design. I can, if I wanted to, have a named frigate. And so my deal breaker frigates are the frigates that I'm using in these fleets. So if I had two different designs of the same hull type, like the frigate hull type, I could then designate exactly which one I want to have in the fleets. So managing it through fleets is actually really easy. And so in this case, the deal breaker frigates, will be the ideal for these. And so that way I can control it down to the actual ship type. But in this case, I personally don't mix them up. If I needed to have like a different type of ship doing something different, I would just use a different hull for that one. But it does allow us, for example, to add an item like with escorts, for example. We've got 3 different types of escorts, so I can tell it to use a normal escort, a patrol escort, or a heavy escort. So I can actually designate separately for those. That way it only will build within whatever constraint is being given to it, or the actual types. So it's got a lot more capacity as long as you get used to using the fleet system, and the fleet system is so much more powerful and actually ultimately easier than doing it all manually. So I tend to just manage all my fleets that way. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so we've got under attack, so yeah, another Gravelex. That's okay, we won't worry about the Gravelexes. They can do their own thing. We're still inside our borders. We haven't actually come across any other borders yet. Just got to find the carbonite. Carbonite is now the big problem for us. And without that carbonite, we're going to struggle. Yeah, we've got another ore prospector heading out across to go to Tutasik in the Taika system. Now Tutasik, I think, is that moon. Yeah, it's this one in here. So at the moment they're focusing on trying to get more polymer. Okay, we've made a discovery. This is another luxury resource. How are we going here? So we've got 3 mining ships now coming in to mine this particular world. That one hasn't started yet. That one is getting along there. That's actually okay. This one is just exploring to see if we can find out what else is in there. Carbonaceous well, we may be able to get carbonite from in here, hopefully. We've discovered a hidden item at Trader's Snare. Now, this is scenery. So we can build a resort base there. Not really ideal for us at this stage. We certainly can't afford to do that. Just let things develop. Okay, there's more Wyconium. Oops, sorry, I'll just get rid of that phone call. That one there. So checking out saying carbonite is rare. Always find it silly. Yeah, no, it's sort of funny. Some of those that shouldn't be that rare in reality are. Trifler is saying you can also design a mining station specifically for Caslon that has a remote refueling module, and tell the other mining stations to not use that Caslon design. Yeah, I haven't actually tweaked, I haven't played it that way actually, to be honest. So it's not something I've really sort of played much with. I'll just let these do what they're doing out this other way. Yeah, our money situation is bad at the moment. We will eventually go and get the extra resources from back over here, but we're not even able to build mining ships at this stage. So things are a little bit dangerous for us until we actually can find the carbonite. So that's Trillion down. That's another luxury. More mining ships heading off. Just wants to get more Caslon. More Gravelixes doing the attacks, but I need to keep my fleet back at home just for when the pirates do come back in again. So they will hit again fairly soon, I would think. If they are way out here somewhere, it's going to be hard for them with their fuel to a degree anyway. More Gravelixes there. Just leave them to do their own thing. Yeah, so for us it is by playing in a trying system, we do actually have some issues now. We'll sort of see that the polymer is still, we've got two sources there. Carbonite still have 0 watt sources. The others don't really matter that much, but carbonite now becomes the limiting factor for us. And what we may have to do if we can't find it soon would be to try to find some carbonaceous or marshy planets and start building them. Now this one here is the Vicara crystal and the polymer. So it wants to build a mining station here. This will then sort out our polymer, but ultimately it's not going to sort out our long range problems. I think I'll still do it though. I'll assign that mission. Ultimately I do want to get over here to get the Zentabia fluid. The others aren't mining that one just yet, but we will get there eventually. That will be important. Now once we actually build a mining station, the mining ships will stop going to that particular location. And even if we find an independent world, we can then start to trade for carbonite. We just haven't found much. The fur. We're finding a lot of luxuries, which will be good for our money. Yeah, so that lack of carbonite is going to, like, we can't afford to lose a single ship really, no matter whether it be civilian ships or state-run ships. Certainly our fleet needs to be ready to go. We do have a combined strength of 313, which isn't bad. Off they go again, so that one's just heading off. Discovered, yep, Phyrexian Firestone, so that's actually good colony development there. Just missed that one. Now, if we get raided out here, we're going to just have to suck it up and just let it happen. So we're still really just in our own borders here for now. Yeah, there goes the ship to go off and build that one. There's 24 carbonite on board. There's the Mebnar, the polymer, 200 polymer. That one's going across to get more polymers as well from that other system. Again, we don't have to worry about it. It'll just do its own thing for a little while. Now, if the pirates are up this way, the ones that we're going to be fighting, then we'll just we'll worry about them a bit over time, and just we'll have to. It may be too far for them to bother coming back over here. They may just sort of stick in amongst our home system for what they're doing. These explorers have now gotten stuck here a little bit. They're not expanding as far as what we want, so we want them to just keep on looking for things. But they are now sending away teams into different planets. So just let them sort of do their thing. Trophilus, and I think carbonite is usually temperate, forest, swamp, so pretty much anything that's got growth. Also carbonaceous worlds as well tend to have it as well. And there'll be a lot of them that may not have, like for example, we've got a marshy home, and I think there's still unknown items that are present. Slowly over time, just by the interaction with the planet, we'll end up coming and discovering whatever might be actually here. So I don't know what that is just yet. Here we go. So actually it's coming in now. This one's actually coming in close. So I'm going to go and put the timing down to half speed, because we'll just go through the way that combat actually does work. So this particular pirate ship is coming back in. This is just this is actually a fleet destroyer. This ship on its own is as strong as my whole fleet. Now we do actually have a few different things happening with this. We can see there it's got 3 different ranges of how it can attack different things. And it also, we know that it had a really, really strong weaponry on board. Our fleet is now coming back in to attack this particular one, as is our spaceport. The spaceport will have like an extra 100% range on things, so it's just come inside the range of the spaceport. The spaceport has got 2 interceptors and 2 bombers, so they'll be somewhere in space. I don't know if we can see them anywhere. They should be just floating around. They won't be this far out, but they'll head across and start to aid in the attack as well. So we've got 4 fighter craft essentially coming back in. Our fleet as well, you'll see that the actual range of our fleet is only just come inside this as well. So I'm just going to grab the first fleet now, select everything, and just tell it to actually go and attack the potent decree. This is a powerful ship. Now there's another one over here as well, and this is another of the this is another fleet destroyer. Now we're going to suffer here. And they're trying to come in and actually raid the planet. We've only got 1 battalion here, which means that when they raid it, they're going to be able to steal resources, money, all sorts of different things, unfortunately, which we're not going to be able to really do much about. We could look to see if we can retrofit this one now. No, we're missing polymers and carbonite now, so we don't even have enough to retrofit this particular spaceport up to the next design. So that one we're sort of stuck with. What other weaponry do we actually have on this one? We've got the Sentinel beams. We've got 2 concussion missiles, so long-range missiles, and then a small starfighter base. So really not going to be able to help much with this particular attack. You can see there, this one has now started to fire off its torpedoes. If we just go and have another quick look at what we've got on this particular one, we've got the torpedo's got a range of 1680, and the deal breaker is 1650. So the deal breaker should fire any second now, and we'll sort of see what actually happens with that one. I'll just try to play out exactly what does go on. If we can actually hit this thing, let's have a look and see what this thing's got. This thing's got 2 Corvidian shields, and it has a shield penetration chance of 15% and a shield penetration ratio of 40%. That means that 15% of the shots that hit the shield will break through the shield, and 40% of the damage that breaks through will then go and do damage to the next component in line, which happens to be the armor. They've got heavy armor in there, which does have a reactive rating of 3, which means that that's sort of like will absorb 3 damage. That's why you want high damage per shot, per volley weapons, so that the reactive armor won't really do much. They've got fusion beams. They've got 2 large, and so these do 56 damage. They've got 1 shot per volley, so that means that it is fully 56 damage. This thing's going to do a lot of damage if it actually breaks through our defences. And we really only have, it doesn't actually have any bypassing. It does have very, very good weapon countermeasures and weapon targeting, but it doesn't really break through well past the actual defences. So this is just a big damaging thing that will drain our shields and then drain out our armour. So it has to get through shield and armour first, whereas our ship has got the deal breaker as well as the torpedoes, which both have, like if we look at the deal breaker beam, we have a a shield bypass there of 30%. So all damage that is done with the deal breaker beam will actually do, well, 30% of the damage will actually bleed through the shielding anyway, and then another 75% of the damage will actually bypass the armor, which means that we'll be doing component damage pretty much right from the start. So as soon as we can use that deal breaker weapon, that's going to sort of then work out fairly well. So chicken saying, oh god, not again, ships with holes. There we go. So in goes the beams. Now we've actually been hit. The fusion beam has now hit us, I think. Yeah, you can see there it's actually drained our shielding away straight away in one shot. And you can see there two of our defenses are now damaged, and that's the two armor that we actually have. And so that's actually now, this one will now start to try to run away. So it's only going to get one chance to get a shot in before it needs to go. It's using its sentinel beams to try to then reduce the damage done from the two of these that are coming back through. Now this is still going in with an attack, even though the shielding is down, which doesn't make sense. This one should be running away. Here goes a deal breaker beam, which missed. Only one of the torpedoes actually hit, and it didn't go through, so it only just did a little bit of damage to its actual very, very strong shielding. Come on, move away, move away. Here comes the missiles. So we're still hitting this one. We haven't gotten through it all yet. We'll start to see damage on the shielding once that's actually happened. This thing really needs to get away from here. It's using its sentinel beam against us. So it's now coming back in, and that goes another fusion beam. This one is still okay with its shielding. It's actually okay. Again, nothing bled through. Actually, yes, there has been a little bit bleed through. It's down to 99% for the hull, but nothing much really to affect it. This thing is now coming in behind. If we have a quick look and see how this thing is actually set up. So it does actually have at the back here, it's got the sentinel. Where's the sentinel beam? Let's have a look at all of this. It's got a rear facing. The first one in through here is the sentinel beam with a range of 270. So any torpedoes, it can actually defend against everything except torpedoes coming from the rear. So it's got that one through there. It looks like the fusion beam. It's got a small fusion beam at the back. Now this one does have a little bit of interception there as well, but not very much. It does minimal damage with interception. Still will do 14 damage per shot. So we're in behind it now with our frigate. So we'll be able to sort of squeeze in behind this thing. How fast does this thing go? It's a bit faster than our ship, so but it doesn't have the same turning rate as our ship. So we'll be able to stay in behind it for a little bit longer. Looks like we've done a bit of damage to it now, so there is some damage, but we're not seeing much in through here where it's actually bled through onto anything other than just doing a little bit of damage to the hull. The fusion beams are all forward facing, so the two fusion beams, anything from like behind this part of the ship will actually not be able to. It won't be able to target ships that it's not actually facing, and with the small turning rate, we should hopefully be able to sort of stay out of its way for the ships that are taking damage. If we'll see how we go anyway. That's sort of really what we're dealing with that ship. So this one is now coming in to attack this particular ship. It's in really close, but we've still got our shielding up there. This ship is now coming in behind it, so it's now getting a shot in behind. I don't think we've been able to hit it yet with the deal breaker beam. I think is a blue color. Let's have a look and see what else happens. Now it's moving around. There we go. More torpedoes hitting it. Come on, get those deal breaker beams in there. There we go. That's a sentinel beam that's actually firing at it. It's coming around. This thing is still staying where it is. Actually, no, it's jumping away now. It's now had enough. It's lost too much of its shielding and its armor, so it's actually out of there. And we've now actually had one of our defenses has been completely destroyed on that particular ship, so that one's out of the fight. This one is in nice and close, and these are closing in, but still not seeing deal breaker beams firing just yet. There we go. Is that one? No. There we go. Deal breaker beams now firing away. So we've actually hit it now with 3 deal breaker beams in a row, and we still have not actually done much damage other than just a little bit to the actual to the shielding there. So we're still not getting through there. We should have done. Actually, we've damaged one of its engines. So yeah, we are bleeding through a little bit. So there's a little bit of damage bleeding through with those deal breaker beams. In fact, you can see it through there. One of the shields is down. It's been damaged down to 82%. One of the armor is down to 99%. And then we've got one of the Acceleros engines down to 80%. So that will then reduce its speed. It's down to 52, so it's now slower than our ships. Turning rate is still 9 per second, so it can still maneuver, but that was good. So we had the three, all the deal breakers from the starboard side fired. We've still got this one as well, which we're getting a bit closer before it actually fires. Now, is this going to hurt? No, it's swinging back around. There's another shot that it's coming in with its fusion beam, and that's actually, that one bypassed. This is where we've only 20% of the shots will actually end up bypassing our shielding, and this one did, and it just is damage straight onto the armor and also bleeding through a little bit into the hull in that one there. So we'll just keep the torpedoes coming. I'll just keep on watching what happens in through here. So we're bleeding away. It's now it's trying to jump away. It's trying to escape. So this is good. This is a hard ship to contend with. Now there's another deal breaker beam. It's still jumping. We've got 2 engines now down. So 2 engines have been damaged, 2 defences damaged, nothing else though. We need to try to disable it. So the deal breaker beams eventually will be good, and this one's still actually doing okay, even though we're being targeted there. Come on, stay right on top of it. Stay right on top of it. Gone. All right, so it wasn't enough to destroy one of those. What else have we got over here? This is just a small fleet frigate, so this is much easier for us to contend with. That other one was the same strength as our whole fleet. In this case, we've got one ship that's now been damaged, so the health is 92%. They're all okay. The Fatal Inquisitor is okay. That one can actually attack. This one here is okay with its shielding. This one is not okay, so that one's just trying to escape. Should see the others actually. They should all now be heading off. So it's going to be the target is going to be the Bitter Sentry, which is that the Bitter Sentry? Yeah, I don't want it to go after this one here. This one's another one's now too difficult to attack. So let's just go and individually tell these ships that are left in the fight to go after this one over here. So we'll send. Yep, to attack that particular one, and we'll just do these individually. Yeah, we don't want to go after the big ship now. This is much easier for us. So I'll just micromanage these, and that way the one ship that was escaping won't be included in this. Now what I could do is I could remove that ship from the fleet and just leave 3 ships in the fleet, but I'll just leave it where it is. So they'll now move across, these 3. Now these have taken a bit of beating with their shielding in particular. So I'll now move around, and again, if we have a look at the facings on this particular ship and see what it's consisting of, it's got 2 engines. It's only got 1 medium fusion beam, and the fusion beam actually faces the rear. This is a weird design. So it's got a sentinel beam only on the port side, and fusion beam at the rear of the actual. So this is a weird design where it can really only fire from behind. Which is still going to set it up okay if it's being chased, but which it will be ultimately. So this is even facing the wrong way. So our spaceport is now in range of the missiles of the spaceport. So they're coming in, and it can't even use the sentinel beams against this. So I'm thinking this one will run before too much actually happens. Yeah, so we're hitting the shielding with these volleys of missiles. So the missiles are long range, but we're not doing much damage with those missiles. Our ships will now come back in, and it's trying to get and to land on the actual. We've got pirates now here anyway. They're raiding the home world. Even though we've got a big advantage here, it's not going to equate. They will still steal things from us. So Trifler is saying they try to capture ships as well. Unfortunately, they always causes me grief. They can only do that if there is if your shields are down. So when we have a look at it, this ship here is okay. Which one was it? One of them must be this one here. This one here, we don't actually have the shielding. We've got a problem with the shielding, and so this one here is susceptible. The deflection shield generator has been damaged. It's got a health of 70%, so the shielding is down on this particular ship, And so this one here is susceptible to boarding. So we have to be careful of this ship. It should be further out in space. Yeah, it's still escaping. It's still running away, which I'm happy for it to do, because I really don't want to lose. I prefer to be raided than to have any real big problems. Now this is another of the fleet frigates coming back in as well. So while that one is struggling, I want to keep it away. I may even sort of move it away from the fleet as well if it starts to come back in. Let these sort of come back through. So this is where the game is, like, as a simulation game, it's really quite good. And it's so much better than the original Distant Worlds with the actual facings of the actual weapon mounts. Chicken Nut saying, in my opinion, it's better to have just a big chunk of damage instead of one with the penetrations and stuff for damage trade-off. Strategy of just hit harder always works. Well, this is where the combination works well. If we can break through, we've got a chance of actually disabling the ships, and that's what we have to do. Now, there was a we're being raided there on the home world. Unknown items detected. So exploration. Okay, that's fine. Now, this is actually, the home world has now reached the highest level of finding things on the actual world itself, I think. We're under attack as well, that's fine. So we've still got some pirates on board here. We're doing okay with just one battlemeton brigade. Come on, get in there, get in there. Now we can use, there goes a, we just hit it now with one of the deal breakers. We only got through there a little bit. We did some damage to one of the sensors with breaking through with that one there. So nothing too much happening with that deal breaker one, but that's enough for it to then jump away. So it's actually now had enough. What we might do, if it's breaking, let's go after this one now. So we'll just go, and if I control and grab those three ships, I can then just tell all three to attack that one there. So I'll now break off from this one and go after this ship as it comes into the planet. Okay, so we'll just keep it sort of running there. Okay, they have been beaten back on that planet. One thing we might do is, we don't need resources to build troops, so I think I'm just going to override the AI and just get it to build a group of troops now. Just get, say, another 4, so we'll end up with 5 ultimately, just to help protect against the pirates. I think there's a bit of a bug where they can still actually raid even if you do actually have good protection on your worlds. Just speed it up to normal time till we sort of see the fighting again. So this will be another one of these ones that face the rear. This one does actually have the sentinel beam on its port side, so it will be able to protect against the ones that go there. We are raided, being raided again, so we've got more fighting going on back in there with the pirates. So they don't have to beat us, they just have to stay long enough, I think, just to pick up resources. Here we go. This one's now, our missiles are now coming in. It's now using its sentinel beams to try, there goes more pirates to land, so it's actually a little landing party of pirates heading in towards the planet itself. Let's just go to half speed now as we bring these in to see if we can do some damage here. So the missiles are hitting this a little bit, but hardly doing any damage. And goes, this is actually a big one. Is this still a fleet frigate? Yeah, that's okay. Now it's coming in to attack one of our ships, which is good. I want it to get as close as possible. It's using its sentinel beam on that port side to try to do some damage against our torpedoes. So there's a chance that our torpedoes will break through at some point, like 1 in every 6 should actually break through. And the deal breakers should break through anyway. The deal breaker missed, that first one. So have we got through it all yet? No, not yet, but we are bringing the shielding down. So the torpedoes and the deal breakers do a lot of damage per volley, per hit. Coming nice and close. Now this one still can't, it's only rear facing with its main weapon, so we've been able to bring this one down a fair way. Just hopefully we can sit right on top of it now, but once we get in behind it, it's going to then start to be able to do some damage to us. Yeah, deal breaker beam just went into it then, and we did actually now, one of its weapon systems is down and one of its defenses is down. So the deal breaker from the lamented vigilance actually did a fairly good job. And Come on, guys. Getting behind it. There we go. Deal breaker hitting again. Another deal breaker hitting there again as well, which has done a bit more damage in through there. It's now jumping away. 2 of its engines are down, so it doesn't actually have any actual engines, but it still has its hyperdrive. If we have a quick look and see what's been done to it. So both engines are down. The Sentinel beam is down as well. Heavy armor is down. So can we do enough to either destroy or damage the 2 reactors or the Jerax hyperdrive? If we can do either of those with these shots, well, then should be able to then finish this ship off. But if we don't, it will jump out. Come on, get these torpedoes in. How's it going with the torpedoes are hitting, but not really doing much damage in here. I don't think we're going to be able to reach it. There's more deal breakers. Yeah, no, we've got it's now got one of its engines back online again. The defences are down, but we've still got some shielding up, and we just don't have enough firepower to finish this thing off. It's going to be lucky shots. Yeah, so it's gone. Now here comes our good old friend, the one that was damaged before. So it's actually it's taking a little bit of beating there. I don't think we've got any other pirates in the system. Beta Sentry, that's that destroyer on the other side, which is just sitting around over there. I really can't afford to go after that one just yet. So we're going to have to probably send our first fleet back across to repair at the spaceport first. And I don't want them going off to chase that other one down. Now we do actually have them set to nearby, which does mean they will eventually go after that particular destroyer. But I'll just micromanage these as they do their thing. Whoops, I'll just make it go up to normal speed. It's repairing, under construction, so it's now getting its repairs done. Okay, hull is up to full strength, armour up to full strength, and shielding just has to come up. So that's now got no mission, no mission, no mission, and now they're going after that ship. Now, this is a bit of a problem because these ships don't have their shielding up correctly yet. Now, what's this one coming in? There's another one coming in, another fleet frigate. This is too dangerous for me while their shielding is down this low. So I'm just going to go and grab all of these and send them off somewhere else. They've got good. I'm just going to move them out into space. So I'm just going to move them over to here. That will just keep them away until their shielding comes up. No point doing that any other way at this stage. And we'll let the planet get raided. Okay, raiders have withdrawn. They've stolen Krypton, Emros, Necros, Steel, Mebnar, Acul. Yeah, that's okay. They can take that resource. Now, is that going to jump away? It's just going to stay there. Still raiding. I may need to get a couple more ships if I can afford them. Being raided yet again. Yeah, I'm just not strong enough to sort of do anything with these. Actually, they're not bad. It's this one here that's the problem. The others aren't terrible. We've got Caprica, Krypton, Polymer. Yeah, so it's just taking more and more resources from the planet, which we don't want them to do. And this one's just staying where it is. It's just going to keep there until we can actually get rid of it. Okay, well, let's move the fleet back in again. Again, we really don't want to be losing out with this one here. It's up to 50%. Let's just go for it. So we'll just go and grab the first fleet again. And we'll take on unfortunately, these are really close together. We're just going to attack the Evil Retribution, which has only got a strength of 119. So we may be able to do some damage to this one. But I think we're going to have to disappear away from this other side. So we come under attack again, just missed. So they've got more ships there, but at least we'll be on this side. This one will come across and help out, I think, which will then make this into an unbeatable group, I think. So the Ranger's now coming in on that particular ship. So we're in hyperspace. Here we come. There goes a deal breaker beam. Did we actually hit it? No. Oh, yes, we did. The defenses and sensors are down, so we actually smashed it through with a deal breaker. This guy's going to get involved very, very soon. That one's jumping away. It's gone. Well, let's take this one on now. We don't have the protection of the spaceport this time. Not that it was doing that all that much. So the first, who's this guy? This one is fine. That one is not fine. We may have to micromanage these a little bit. These are now within range of our main weapons. It's trying to hit us. Deal breaker hit this one. Nothing happened to it though. Now it's going after this one at the back. More deal breakers hitting. We do actually have ultimately more firepower, but yeah, it's jumping away now. So we did damage one of its engines. Okay, let's just keep it going. Come on, guys. Get in there close. So at least damaging the engine slows it down a little bit. We'll be able to close in a bit. Deal breakers are still trying to break through. No, the engine's back online again now. No, there it is. Defenses are down. Coming back. Weapons are down. The deal breakers are doing some damage, but their repair, they've repaired something chronic. This is actually, what have they got? Oh, they've got organic hull. This one here is why they're repairing so fast. So this one, what this one does is their damage reduction is 45%. And the damage repair is 0.5 per second, so it's really, really fast. And even destroyed components can be repaired in space, which others can't do. So that's why we're damaging things, but they're repairing almost immediately. So that's a really, really powerful aspect of these particular ships. If we have a look at our ship in comparison with what we actually have. So we actually have a damage control unit which only does damage reduction of 25% and damage repair of 0.05 per second. So nowhere near what the other one actually gets to do. So unfortunately, going up against these Icarus is going to be really, really tough. I think we're going to need to get another couple of ships ultimately in if we can, but we need carbonite for that. If we have a look and see what our actually they didn't do much damage there, so we will actually be able to now take them on a little bit. So back in here, if we go back to the resources, the resource shortages, what are we down to in terms of carbonite? 9. Yeah, no, we can't build anything with that. So until we find carbonite, we are pretty screwed here. Just leave that one there. Okay, nothing much we can do there. Hang on a sec, guys. I'll just get rid of this person. There we go. That should have worked. There we go. There we go. So sorry about that one. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the Cyrillic says there. So Timp, I'll call you Timp. So do they have DC modules on the ship? Damage control, yeah. So that was what we just looked at there. And Trifler is saying sometimes design an escort that stays at standoff range and fires missiles and uses that to support my fleet. It won't be strong enough. The missiles don't do enough damage per missile for that to be really effective. So I need to have the strong firepower, which I'm happy enough with what we're doing here. It's just that we don't actually have the ability to, there's still, there was pirates there. They withdraw. Good, they're gone. So we'll keep on building up our defences here. We have to protect this world. We've just got to find carbonite though somewhere. So Chicken Ox saying, honestly, I didn't like what pirates for some reason stronger than entire races, but at least they're running away from danger. Really fed up with Berserk pirate bandits Roberts. Well, they have a setting where they will run when they start to take damage. So as soon as a deal breaker does damage to their ships, they'll start to run. So that's sort of how they've been set up. Yeah, so they do try to protect themselves. Also, if we find their home base and attack their home base, they now actually will build special fleets to defend their home bases now. So the pirates are getting a fair bit of attention in the game. Here we go. So we've got another one now coming back in. This is just a fleet frigate. This is our chance. Because we can now intercept it. Our fleets, this thing is still bringing up its shielding, which is actually okay. This one looks like it's taken a bit of damage. No, it's okay. All right, so we'll just come back in and attack the evil retribution. Now again, when it takes damage, it will then start to run. And we just have to be lucky to sort of then, get rid of its hyperdrive, break through to the hyperdrive at some point. Just put it down to half speed so we can sort of see what's... see it in all its glory as it comes through. Now we should have, it's almost in range of the torpedoes. There should be a little double line there. It's very hard to see it. I can't actually pick it, but it's almost the same distance for the deal breaker. There we go, deal breaker hitting it. Now it did actually strike it, I think. I might have just missed. It's right on the edge, on the limits. There goes the torpedoes. So it's coming around. It's got its now we've hit it again this time, and one of its defences has now taken some damage. So if something is down, that'll be part of the armour, I think. Not doing a hell of a lot of damage here. Missed with the other deal breaker. It's now coming around. It's attacking us directly, but its weaponry is on the back, so it's not ideal for it. Now we're hitting it with torpedoes, and we're actually now getting it's now got one of its engines down, and it's going to try to jump away because the engine is down. Got discovery in through there. That's okay. What I might do as well is I might change my fleet setup in a second to try to get more damage per second coming in on the actual ships. This one here, we've got a lot of its shielding down now, so defences are down. Coming down, and we're missing a lot with these torpedoes. It's now going to be able to use its big beam at the back. Yeah, still got everything up. The engines are now back to normal again. It's still going to be jumping away. Come on, guys, do what you have to do here, please. Hit it with the deal breakers. We're missing with the deal breakers each time. Yeah, defenses, and it's again this particular ship will also have the organic hull, which is a problem for us. Another deal breaker hit. That was a good one, and it's gone, unfortunately. Yeah, that organic hull is really going to make life very, very difficult for us. We may have to try to be friendly with those pirates. Okay, with the fleet itself, let's just go and grab our first fleet. We'll set the tactics. So the formation is just set to normal. Let's make it tight, or even very tight. Let's make it a very tight one, because they're not using area of effect weapons. And so we'll just move these across and just tell them to refuel over here. So we'll sort of set up from over here again. Yeah, so that's that damage control that they've got is really, really cool. So Tenra was saying, how come you're streaming? It's outside your normal time slot. It is indeed. I didn't stream this morning. I woke up too late, so I thought I'd stream after I got back from the beach. So yeah, I've been streaming. I'm going to be finishing in less than an hour though. Okay, so Trifler saying my escort comment was actually secondary to my comment immediately above it. Actually, I can't see that anymore, so I'll let that one go. Hi Tortuga, how you going? Saying if you can't beat them, join them. There we go. So, what's your best game that you're playing at the moment, Tortuga? So if you guys don't realise, Tortuga does a lot of... we cover a lot of the same sort of games, and we have very similar like-in games as well. So and we've done a few sort of collaborative games, like with Dominions and things like this as well. And I was actually wondering what Tortuga thought of Rule the Waves 3, if you've played much of that one. I think you had a few misgivings for that one at some point. So we're now close enough. This will just be refueled automatically, I think, from in here. They're coming through. Yeah, that one's got no mission. That's all right. We'll just keep them in nice and close. Hi, Diamond. So more ducker? Yes. Yeah, we just got to wait now for the pirates to come back. So they are raiding our home world, so we just need to keep our guys back there. In the meantime, we are picking up other bits and pieces. We still haven't found carbonite. This is a big problem. It's a massive problem. Yeah, we're just not really finding anything at all. That carbonite is really going to slow us right down now. So there's some worlds like that have just, we've got unknown items at present. So there may be some worlds where there may be some carbonite. Another thing we can do is to grab one of our explorer ships and just tell it to explicitly go to specific worlds that will be important to us. Like this one here, for example, 51 seconds while it's just exploring, sending an away team down to that frozen gas giant. But if there's other planets in here, like this carbonaceous moon, nothing there, unfortunately. Nothing else going to have carbon there. So let's just go and grab this particular explorer, and we'll start to move off into other systems. Let's try this one over here. Explore that system. And similarly back in through here in the Skibu system, we have sandy desert, rocky silicon. Yeah, none of those are going to be really what we're looking for either. So just grab this explorer as well and just send it off into other locations. There shouldn't be anything else in here, but we'll just get it to head off that way. Alright, we've got the Firestar Corporation. Now we should, this time we should be able to destroy these, except that they're in a different system. So we're not going to be able to do much with these, unfortunately. Where is it? So talk about saying, so Distant Worlds 2 multiplayer game was legendary in my imagination. I was going to set up a multiplayer version of that. It just never got around to it. Okay, so this one here, we've got the Firestar Corporation. Predominantly consists of Teekans. I'm just going to dismiss them. What have they got? Actually, we can see their actual ships. So they're coming in around here. What have they got in here? They've got a fleet frigate, which has only got a strength of 92. They've got wave bombs. These are area of effect, which will actually hurt us a little bit. And then another fleet frigate there, also 92 with the wave bomb. So this one has got like an area of effect attack. I'll let it do its thing, I think, for a little while. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do much there. I mean, I could go after them with my fleet. I might do it, I might just chase them down, see what actually happens, see if we can get here in time. So we'll attack that particular one with this fleet, and just we'll probably be miles too late. But I should be able to get these ships. They offer us protection, but we're going to decline that one. I can afford to say yes, but I'll still decline at this stage. I may have to accept the other one because of their damage control. That sort of living armor that they've got is a bit too much for me. It might be worth trying ion cannons to disable them faster, but I agree that protection would be easier. Yeah, I think protection with those. And if that's the case, look, I'll wait for them to come back in again, and then we'll see if we can actually get a protection agreement. It'll be cheaper ultimately. Now this is the Firestar Corporation. Yep, so these got the same graphic as the other one as well. Actually, same flag. So they're going to be sending wave bombs in. We're still doing okay here. The Teekans are usually fairly weak. But the Ikaru can be really quite strong. Losing a little bit in here. So we've got to get our shielding down first, which they are now getting through, before they can send a boarding party onto the actual station itself. We've at least picked up a lot of the polymer, so there's not much polymer left here. Not that it matters much if we don't have carbonite. So yeah, they're sending in their wave bombs. Here we go, here we go. We might be able to get there in time. Yep, so the shielding is almost down. As soon as the shielding comes down, they can then send their boarding parties across. Yeah, there we go. First one there. Why is this one so far behind? Yeah, fingers crossed. That's jumping away, unfortunately. They're gone. All right, nothing much we can do there. I'll leave this, and we'll try to get them on side. The other pirates keep on coming back in. We've got a lot of money now. And really, we can't do anything without carbonite anyway, so let's just now go and make this the home base for this particular fleet for now. And I'm just going to set this one up as a defend role. So it will then, it says defend targets within 50 fuel range. It should be nearby. That's actually not working properly. I'm not sure why not. Let's have another quick look. We've told it to go into a defend role, and that then does mean, if we go to defense, we've just got the role defend, and if we just go to edit, yeah, it should be nearby. I don't know why it's saying that with the other ones. Yeah, very strange. It's gone off. Yeah, no mission. It should come back to the station now. Just put them back to defend. They'll move back in now. But they shouldn't be moving off like that. Yeah, I don't think the iron cannons are going to do enough damage. The deal breakers will do what the iron cannons should be able to do. Actually, if we have a quick look at the deal breakers, some of them will do different sorts of damage. Yeah, the deal breaker beam. Yeah, no, it just targets any old thing, so that's actually not too bad. It's the armor bypass of plus 75 should actually be very, very effective. I mean, we are doing things. We are doing some damage. The iron weapons are very, very particular. They go after very specific things. So the iron damage, yeah, so it's got engines, hyperdrive, sensors, shields, and weapons. So I guess the iron cannon would give us a little bit of an advantage there. Range 900. We are getting close. Size 12. Yeah, I don't think I'll worry about it. I think I'm happy enough with what we've got with the firepower that we actually have on those ships. Oh, there's a ship that just went past. Unknown ship with one of the pirate fleets. Now let's have a look and see what we've got in this system. Again, nothing much in here. So I'm just going to grab this this one and just keep on bouncing across. And what about this one as well? This one does have ruins on board. I'll let this one continue on with its ruins, but this is not going to find us anything that we want. We also have another one in through here at Biceni. We've got a carbonaceous well there, which we have actually found everything on it. Volcanic, ice, rocky, Ice tundra, rocky. Yep, there's nothing much else there. Let's just go and grab that explorer as well, and just keep on. We've got to find planets that are going to have the carbonaceous on them. Let's explore that system there. We're missing one in the middle there. Bounce across to there. That one's probably just doing away teams at this stage, I would guess. So Gravelex. Decline that one. Yeah, I really can't afford to change anything on my designs as well until I get the carbonite now. The carbonite really is this is where the trying starts. You either end up with everything or something really, really debilitatingly difficult. Like, it's sort of weird. Like, it does need to have some settings in between trying and normal to be able to play it effectively, because this has essentially killed off our game. If we can't find carbonite very, very soon, it's pretty much game over. Before we, without even realising it. I sort of almost wish that with the trying systems, at least the resources that you're missing on your home world would be at least close by, so that you can, you then just have a bigger area to protect, which is still hard. So I think there needs to be a lot more settings in between trying and normal to sort of make that more viable. Because it really is debilitating the way it sort of works. Yeah, we've got that one there coming back in. That's now finished, has it? There's nothing else there. Because there are unknown resources, so what's... Oh, I've got it paused, that's why. Gravelixes, not worried about those. Now I've got a secluded temple we'll investigate. So detailed maps of 5 surrounding systems. The colony bonuses. I can't build anything here anyway. Resort base, yeah, that's okay. We'll just dismiss that one. That's okay. We've got that one as well. These are going to get annoying. I'm going to decline that one. Already been there. How are we going in here? Okay, we'll bypass that one. Just got to look for these carbonaceous worlds. This looks hopeful. Okay, we've got a grasslands planet there. That could actually have it. So let's go across. There's no real reason going there, so we'll just take this one and send it straight to that grasslands planet. Survey that one, and there may be others as well. We've got Sulfur Moon, no, that won't have it. Yeah, that's the only one that would actually have it in this system. Just missed that one. Just missed that. Oh, here we go. Show me, where's that? Right, so we've got a few pirates that have... Actually, this is interesting. The pirates have come in a big way here. These are the Teekans, again. So we've just got the heavy escorts. How are we going with our fleet? Our fleet is actually not too bad. Let's just go back down to half speed. I've missed the start of this attack. It's ship versus ship at this point in time. Now, this one here, we've actually got this one. This one is... we've already done the damage that we needed to do. So this one here has actually taken some damage where we've bled through and actually disabled the Jerax hyperdrive. It's down to 66%. It can't get away. If we have a look and see what they've got a wave bomb at the front, and they've got a sentinel multi-beam at the back. This ship here is attacking that one, so we're not ganging up. This one here should also ultimately take some damage. We don't have anything that's been damaged on that one just yet, but we'll just keep this one going through. That's the attacking the staff fall, so that one's okay. These are individually attacking different ships as well. We've got one coming back in here. I've taken a little bit of damage in this one, but it shouldn't really matter that much. We'll just sort of stay on top of that one, and we've got this one coming in as well. So these are just small, heavy escorts. We've got a lot. It is literally ship versus ship at this point in time. This one's screwed, so we'll just keep on sort of attacking it, and we're doing attacks with deal breaker beams in through here as well as the torpedoes. So we're hitting it pretty hard. Still nothing damaged there. That will start to try to run when it can. This one here is fine. So we're just coming in after this one. It's in behind us, unfortunately, which makes it a little bit tricky. So let's just go across and maybe lend some support over this side. So we'll move away from that particular attack. This one here should be okay against this one as well. In the meantime, this one we are actually firing. It's using its sentinel beam at the back to try to stop us from doing anything. Hyperdrive is still offline, and it's still down at 70%, so it's coming back up. So we want to do as much damage to this as possible. Ideally, we'd have each of the ships, like all ships, working as a fleet against one particular ship. Oh, here we go. We've now found some Dayut pirates as well. I'm going to dismiss that. I don't know where they've come in. This one we're down to 50% shielding. How are we going over here? That one's jumping away. We've done some damage to one of its sensors. We may get a lucky shot there. Here we go. We've got more things coming back in. This is the Dayuts. This is a fleet destroyer. Very, very strong with lance missiles and assault pods and things. Let's just keep on going this way. Now they're actually attacking this other pirate ship. Hyperdrive is still offline. More damage coming in. They'll attack us next. They're still moving away there. That one's now gone. Let's keep all the fleet together if we can. We'll attack that one. If we can just get a few wins on these, it would be good. Now, how's this one going? Hyperdrive's still offline. We've damaged one of its engines, so it will slow right down now. What are you doing? It's got no mission. We've lost half our shielding there. It's still actually active. We're heading up this way. It's going to be hard. This one's following us in, unfortunately, and destroying our shielding as we go. This one's still trying to limp away. It's our best chance to actually get a kill here. This one's coming in as well. Should run very, very soon, but we've done no real damage to it. Deal breaker going in. It is attacking us, and we're attacking back its missiles. The lance missiles are going to do some damage to us. Yeah, they're breaking through now. Doing more damage. Okay, the colony attack at Iswald. So a colony at Iswald is under attack by the Lone Sun Outlaws. Just missed that one for now. Nothing we can do about that one at this point in time. Grab that one now. That was back over here. I think what we find here. Yeah, there's resources unknown at this stage. So we'll just keep on going with what we can do there. In the meantime, back in this particular attack, I'm just going to grab the whole... Whoops, where are we? First fleet. Now, all of these ships, unfortunately, this thing is going to get away. Let's have a look and see what sort of damage we've done to it. It's up to 90% now, so it's going to be out of here before we can do much else. But we now have to really go after that big ship. This one's going to cause a lot of problems for us. So let's just go and grab the first fleet and just attack this thing. So that one will actually get away, unfortunately. And we'll leave this one alone as well. That's jumping away. That one's also jumping away, actually. Oh, they've come after us. They're using their wave weaponry to come after us. Yeah, we've done some damage to one of their weapons. Yep, it's gone. Alright, in that case, let's finish this thing off if we can. In you go, guys. Now, raiders withdraw. Come on, get in there. As soon as this hyperdrive comes online, this thing's out of here. So to keep on trying to do more damage to it. So it's got the remember at the back end of this one, it does actually have the its sentinel beam is still actually active at the back there. It literally is just the wave bomb has been knocked out of action at the front, and the Jerax hyperdrive is now up to 94%, so it's almost ready to jump. But we've got its shielding down, which means that the torpedoes will be even more effective very, very soon, or pretty much now actually. Come on, get these torpedoes in. Can still use the sentinel beam, unfortunately, and it's gotten rid of one of our torpedoes. We're right on the limit pretty much of what we can actually now go and do. This hyperdrive will be back online any second now. All of its engines, both engines, are still doing okay, and I think it's a bit faster than us. Okay, we're hitting at it, but not really doing any damage here. Yeah, we've still got the hyperdrive offline. Yeah, it's at 100%, so it's going to be back online any second now. That was close. We almost got one. If I had have been able to just focus on one ship, we would have had this one for sure. So Tikans are definitely something we can actually aim for. Come on, get the steel breaker on it. It's jumping away. It's now got the its hyperdrive is now back on board. I've got one hit there, one hit on that one. Not enough to do any damage to it though. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, unfortunately that Dayort pirate ship came in at the worst possible time for us. We missed with the other one. So we're right on the limits. There it goes. Well, that didn't work out all that well for us. So we'll just go back into here. Just go and move to that one there. And just stay where we are. So unfortunately, that one gets away. That was really close. So Truffler saying, I wrote a guide for missing resources in Distant Worlds 1, but unfortunately there are no such workarounds. Yeah, we can't trade with the pirates in this version, unfortunately. Now, what do we have over here? I'm not going to go chasing these, but that one is off trying to repair. So this is another one of the Tikan ships. Yeah, there's nothing else here, unfortunately. There's really nothing we can do there. Let's just get these up. 2 times speed until we get another pirate attack. Oh, here we go. Now, what's this one coming in? This is a Dayort ship. This one's coming in with the Lance missiles, which we sort of are okay against. So it will actually be firing at different things with this particular ship. So let's send our fleet now against this one here and just see if we can actually break this one. This one's not as strong as the other ones, as the Ikaru ships that we had seen before, but still reasonably powerful. Just going at normal speed at this stage. Yeah, shielding is up here, which is fine. Yeah, we've discovered, just luxuries and luxuries. Now that I think is, sorry, I'll just pause it again and just go back out to this other location. Yep, we've done everything we can there. Ah, God, we can't find this carbonite anywhere. I'll just skip across to that one now. What about in this one, Tanab? Carbonaceous moon. Okay, that one there. We haven't started looking at that one just yet. Let's zoom across to there. Survey that moon, and what else do we have? We've got the carbonaceous moon there, volcanic moon. That's the only one really that's going to be there. I'll just put this one back to auto after that. We had another one that was in here in the Zikali system. I think we'd actually had a look through all of these. Alright, let's move off from that one to this one. And yeah, I'll have a quick look at the explorers. Yeah, I've only got 2 that are now on auto. That's okay. We'll leave them where they are. Alright, let's have a look and see what goes on here now. I want to queue a few orders for the scout because you can't queue things. Right, now we've hit this one and we have done 1 damage to one of its defences. It's not jumping, it's trying to do the raid here. It did do some damage to our armour. Yeah, come on, get these deal breaker beams on this thing. It's jumping away now. So our ships are chasing it down now with the torpedoes. Just got to break through the shielding. Yeah, it's gone. What a shame, what a shame. Alright, so we'll leave that one there. We are able to at least do work against this particular group, so it's only really the Ikaru that with a problem. Now we're under attack in through here. Let's have a look at this one here. So this is the one that's coming in through this side is the Firestar Corporation, which is the Teekans, which we don't need to worry about. So they're coming through. This is not the Teekans, this is the Lone Star Outlaws. I want to talk with them, and we want to negotiate a deal or offer a treaty. Yeah, they won't do it. They need to improve their relations by 5. Give them 1,000 credits. Say 3,000. Let's just do that one. Now, is that enough to get a treaty? Nope, still not enough. So we need to improve it by another 3. I'll do that. That will sort of start to set them at least being a bit more friendly with us. And they're going to be attacking each other anyway, I would have thought. Yeah, really can't take on their damage control system that they've got. So we'll leave them alone. And just leave these at this location here for now. Yeah, I think it's pointless going after the Ikaru until we've actually got a much stronger fleet, and we can't do that until we find some carbonite. How are we going in here? Rocky. Nothing. No carbonite worlds there. Move that one across. Let's see how we go at this location. So this one's just doing its sweep. So it's doing a full-on survey of the planet. God, if we can get carbonite, that's going to be such a game changer at this stage. We need it desperately. We're so far behind in development now. Again, it's the game between trying and normal is so difficult. The actual difference between those 2 settings is just diabolical. We've got this one as well. I'll just let that one do its thing. That's going to be okay. Let's just have a look at all of these different areas as well. Come on, you can do it. So 30 seconds. Trophosine, too bad you can't hit some trees without oxygen to make carbonite. Do you have a new scientist? Now, I don't know why he would be there. Yeah, it's just a random event that occurred. Let's see what we get in here. Polis has got nothing. Nope, nothing there. Let's do that one. And have we finished here yet? Still, here we go. Oh, we've got it. Okay, we've got carbonite. We've got it here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we've now found our source of carbonite. Now, the reason we didn't get a warning is because we actually had found some in some wreckage before, so we didn't get the warning there. But that now does give us carbonite. We now actually got two sources. Where's your... You are kidding. We've got a source right next to us. You're joking. How did we find that? Marshy Swamp Moon. Oh, wow. Okay. Look, in this case, I didn't need it. I don't know when we found that. It must have just come late. Yeah, we're still exploring this one, but our guys are here now. No cargo on that one. Must have only just discovered this. Yeah, I've only just mining the carbonite here right now. So that's a bit of a game changer for us. Now, who's that? Is that? Oh no, there's nothing. Under attack. All right, so a small freighter. So it's under attack by this pirate here. Just more Teekans. I think I might come back now with my actual fleet, the first fleet, and start to work in here again. So let's just come back into the home world and do some protection back this other side. Got a few other different pirate ships now coming back in. Again, I can't really do much about that one there. Let's just come back and refuel there. And we'll set this one up as the home base for the first fleet. This thing's just being a bit of a pain in the bum. You know, still building one more protection in through here. We should be able to get rid of the pirates pretty thick and fast when they come into our home system now. Because this one's now going to be raiding the actual spaceport itself. Just jumping away. Yeah, we've got no shielding here. Let's have a look at our... We've got the right one? No, we've had the wrong one. Now, the resource shortages. Carbonite is down to 9. Emerald crystals is low. Silicon is low as well. But at least with the mining ships, we'll be able to... Once that first lot of carbonite comes back, so we've only just started to actually grab these from the Betagini system. In fact, it's showing that we've got carbonite coming from back over in here. We don't have carbonite there though. I'll click on that one again. Silicon, we've got a few planets there. We're not seeing any actual flow there, so I'm thinking that what we'll do is just have to watch these mining ships and bring them back when we can. So they're picking up what they need to. This one's also grabbing what it needs to. It can get up to about 1,000. So I can, playing as a mercantile guild, I can actually tell it when to go back. Let's just let it do its thing and we'll just watch what actually happens here. Now we can get a troop cloning facility. I will actually build that one. Actually, no, I won't at this stage. I'll decline that one. Discovery, that's okay. We'll just leave that one back. I can now go back to my ships in here and just tell them to just go back into fully automate role again. I don't need to have them set to manual anymore now that we've actually found the carbonite. So we've got under attack. Here we go. So this one is hopefully... Yeah, it's only just a little... This was the one that we wanted to go after. This one here I don't want to be attacking. This is the Lone Sun Outlaws, which is the Ikaru fleet destroyers. Too much for us to contend with at this stage. But this one here is not too bad. So it's trying to raid our spaceport. Not going to happen. Let's just go in and do the attack. So we'll watch what actually happens in through here. I'll just play it at normal speed. Now, if we can... Again, it's only going to take a couple of hits and then it's going to start to run. with our deal breakers. Deal breaker missed. Now hitting it. No damage yet. There we go. Deal breaker now has hit it. Is this the guy with the carbonite? No, it's not. What about you? No, that's just Mebnar and steel. Okay, it's trying to jump away. I think we've got it. It will drain fairly quickly now that its shielding is right down. There we go. We're hitting it again. It's still doing okay. Offline, great. We just managed to get it offline. So the Jerax hyperdrive is down to 97%. We are broken through a lot here. Iron shield is down as well. So this thing is in trouble now. Now I've just got to chase it down, get rid of some of the engines. Yep, both engines are now destroyed, so it's now stuck in space. It's really close to everything we've got. Now we've got a bit of sentry. This is the fleet destroyer. I'm going to leave that one where that is. So it is actually trying to raid our spaceport. Our spaceport has got a fair few things down here. But let's just kill this thing off. So we can start to then try to loot what we find in space. So it's now completely isolated. Is this our guy? No, that's Caslon. The mining ships are doing their job. That one's got no cargo. That one's not the one that we want. These are all little mining ships that are coming back in. Yeah, reactor's offline now as well. It's not going anywhere. Alright, let's now go across and leave that one where that is for now. It's not going to be going anywhere. And we'll now attack the bit of sentry. So this guy here is completely disabled. Most things have been destroyed on the ship. So yeah, it's pretty much completely dead. So we'll be able to come back to this one, no problem whatsoever. In fact, you can see through there, there's not one component that's not actually been destroyed. It's just their hull is actually the only thing that's keeping them afloat. And in fact, this will blow up before we even get to do anything with it, I think. Oh no. Now, if we can get a transport ship, we'll be able to then take it over. But we need to have... oh, there we go. Too late. Now, other ships will come and start to just pick that one up. Pirate ships will also beeline for this area. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. What are we doing here? So this one is not able to do much. Is that going to start to run? Yeah, it's jumping away now. Done a fair bit of damage to it. Come on. Disable it. Disable it. This, unfortunately, again, is where the where these ships can repair themselves just too fast. It's gone. It has gone. Okay, so we're back in here. That's good. Let's have a look and see how we're going. Looks like this is the first of the mining ships. 550 carbonite. Well done. This will be this is the saving grace for us. And this one is almost ready to come back home as well. So both of these little ships will make it back into our home system. And then once this ship arrives, everything changes. There'll be a big building queue that will then sort of immediately start up as soon as it gets back in here. Just watch for it. It comes. So Michael must be saying, nice surprise to have a dad stream this time of day. Yeah, no, don't normally do it, but I've literally, I didn't stream this morning, so I thought I'd stream after I got back from the beach. Alright, so this is the one. Actually, no, this is the one. Is that one as well? No, that's got no cargo. So we have unknown items detected at Juriduper. Okay, so that's okay. We'll dismiss that one. We didn't get enough there. That's all right. All right, so at least we did find carbonite. So we will be able to correct what's happening. Now this one here is now finished. It's offloaded. Whoa! And look at this. We're now already automatically. It's now doing a reconstruction. So it's actually going to an SSP2. So it's automatically retrofitting this one up now that we've got the carbonite. And if we have a look at the resource shortages, we now have carbonite is now at 1,000. So both the transports have come back in. It's now suggesting that we build some ships, more constructor ships and a heavy escort. I'm going to decline that, but I will want to be building another one of those. We've got now also wanting us to build other stations. We're going to decline that one as well. We've got more important mining stations to build. In fact, what I want to do is, these are okay, I just don't have enough of them in the fleet. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into this one in here, which I can't do anything because it's actually now doing a full-on retrofit. That will become quite an important one. Let's just go back into the building of the ships in through the side. So let's just go and build a couple more. In fact, what I'll do is I'll do it through my fleets. So just go to the fleet management for defensive fleets and edit these and make it so instead of having 4, we have 6. So I'll just increase that number of the frigate hulls to 6. Then if I just come back in and press number 1, and then just up the fleets. So we're now going to build two more of those. That will then give us a fairly powerful fleet now, once these are done. Yeah, that will actually work. Chicken saying precious carbon, Dev surely bad at chemistry. Well, it's funny because it's also you mine steel, and of course you don't mine actual steel. It's just funny the way it works with that. Instead of it being iron. There's a few things like that in the game that don't make a lot of sense, but that's what it was. Now we've got another ship. I think it was the pirate ship that was escaping. Now we're going to have our work cut out for us, just trying to sort of keep tabs on things. So we've got like another raid coming in over here again. So we've got another. This is the Dayot pirates again, just coming in. They're going to be able to raid this one. We're not going to be able to stop them from doing that. This is not really all that critical. The ship, the fleet, the area that I do want to actually get developed is actually back in here. So I want to go into the Taika system, and the world that we want to go and actually establish a mining station is this one in here, just so we can get the Zentavia fluid. So we'll go and set one up there. That will actually give us a big improvement in our money. Don't really need that one as such, but that will then do. So we're just going to build everything we have to build. In fact, we're out of money now, so I'll leave everything where that actually is. And we'll now just let things build up again. So this will just retrofit itself up. So the new ships coming. Yeah, this one's under construction. It's got a little way to go. To 99%. And still building, so it's still under construction at 38%. So this is a big improvement with what we actually have. This one's coming around to now attack another one. This is another of the Ikaru ships, unfortunately. So the first is, again, it's going to be very hard to destroy this one. So with the first, I'll just go and tell it to attack this one here. This one is a fleet destroyer yet again. I think once I get the other 2 ships, it will actually help a lot. Now we actually are smashing this one fairly well. We're nice and close. We're getting the deal breakers actually, and it's trying to jump away. Come on, just do some disabling. That's all you got to do. Is just disable it a little bit. No, too late. But we did well there. If we have a look at this fleet, these didn't really take any real damage. A little bit, but nothing much really. Just got to wait for this still now to all be finish its construction. Yeah, I can't repair there at this stage. Yep, we'll build that one. So we get another constructor. So finally, with that carbonite, it's now going to open up the galaxy for us a little bit. We still haven't found any other enemies at this point in time. What's that mining ship going off there to do? We should be now going after luxuries to a large degree. See, there's carbonite there as well. We did find it after all. It wasn't that. Actually, did we find? I think we know. We think we already knew that one, didn't we? So we've got a small construction ship, a small troop transport, and a deal breaker frigate. I'm going to decline that because wish it was like a tick box where you can say, yeah, I want that one and that one, but not the other one. It is useful, but just it's good to sort of see what the game wants us to build. So everything is very, very contained close to home. Now with the carbonite in here, yeah, we've got good development there as well. I might just go and build another large mining station in here. Although the mining ships are going to be really getting a lot of carbonite from here anyway, just in the short term. But this ultimately will be important, so we will go and build a mining station there. So it's suggesting more construction ships, troop transports, which I do want to get, but not the others. So I'm just going to go and decline that one. But we will actually just go back in and at our home world, or even here now. Yeah, we can start to build other ships or prospectors. Yeah, we've got another small constructor there. So we've gobbled up pretty much all of the carbonite again, I would imagine. Yeah, we've still got 600 odd there. We're down to 2 silicon. We're going to need to get hold of the silicon. Yeah, we've got 5 sources. Now, have we got one in our home system? Yeah, we do. It's only 20% mining there. If we go to the new mining locations and look at silicon, just find the best source. 20%, 36% back over, where was that? Way back over there. It's going to be hard to control that. 62 up there, which is good, but I think that the 20% back at home, at least we can sort of half protect this. So we will ultimately, actually I can't do that there yet. We're missing silicon. We're missing 21 silicon to build the silicon mine. That's the way it goes. Anyway, our other ships will end up doing what they need there. Now this one here is small freighter. Where is that? That is back at home. Now we actually have a lot of things being built in orbit. So this thing is raiding it's going to be raiding the spaceport. So we can just hit with our ships. First fleet. This one is now ready to go, still under construction. The shielding is coming back up. Its weaponry now it's got a surge blast, a large surge blast, concussion missiles, 2 of them, 1 railgun, a small starfighter bay. So that's an iron cannon there as well. So it's got a few things there. So bring this one across. It's going to attack things on its way through. It's just trying to get into a better angle to move. Should have a shot at this one on its way through. There's only a fleet frigate, so we may get lucky with one of these one time. Now we should have what's this one? This is another one coming in. This is another fleet frigate. This will be able to look after itself to a large degree, but let's just go in with this one first. In one sense, they sort of run. As soon as they take damage, they're out of here. Made a discovery. Okay, that's good. And them as well. That's okay. Nope, it's gone. Okay, we'll come back to this one now. There's a missile a torpedo that didn't quite connect. we should see some bit of attack going in through here now from the actual space station. The spaceport now should be a lot stronger than what it was before. And in one sense, the fact that it's now draining things away before the deal breakers are then used may make it more effective with this particular fleet to do the damage. Deal breakers trying to get in. Just jumping away now. Come on, do some damage. These are so hard to do damage on because of that, because of the organic hull. Just going to get a really lucky shot on those. Hopefully when we get the other ships, that's still not under construction just yet. This thing is now finished. It is building that one. What about the planet? Yeah, the planet's got these. So we've got another one under construction. Over here, this one's almost ready to go. Tell it to refuel and repair there. This thing's coming in with even more carbonite. So carbonite we're now on top of. Here we go. We've got another one of these guys coming in, another fleet frigate. The first. Actually, we've now got 5 ships. Attack this one together. And the last one is now still under construction, so we're going to see this one come together pretty fast. That one's actually still under repair. So we've got 3 ships going in for this particular attack. Missed with the deal breaker. Missed with most of those torpedoes as well. It's gone. Let's bring it back to the spaceport. Here comes the other one. So Chicken Up saying the sound of the blowgun, not rocket or torpedo, and you don't like the rocket sounds, they're so bad. I actually like them. They did a lot of changes to them. God, they're coming thick and fast, these guys. These are really, really strong. This one's coming in with low shielding. How are you going? This one is now ready to go as well. Let's just let it come a bit closer. It's going to hit the outside rim here. And we'll see if we can do a bit more damage before it gets a bit closer, before we then send the fleet in. Actually, now that one's going off to attack it. Let's move it back out of the way. We're attacking it now. In we go. Bring them all in. Okay, the fleet can now go in. So we're now getting torpedoes coming in as well. There we go. That was a one of its. We've got like an area of effect attack, but it's not going to matter that much. So we've just got to get the shielding down. That's probably our best chance really against these ships. Got another one coming as well. This one here is one of the just one of the fleet frigates. So it's not onerously bad, and this one's just come on board, but his shielding is right down, so he's going to be jumping away immediately. Here we go. Deal breaker beams now hitting this thing. It's still not jumping away yet. Now we've got all 6 ships that are now hitting this thing. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Get the damage done before it gets a chance. Okay, we've done a lot of damage, but not enough, not enough. Okay, this one next. Deal breaker missed. Yeah, if we can get all of these ships close enough, we're going to be okay. Now there is an area of effect attack coming from the starport, unfortunately, which is going to hit our ships as well as theirs. Yeah, it's trying to jump away. Come on, you can do it, guys. Just need a couple of lucky hits into the actual ship itself. It's been disabled technically, but it still can jump. So it's when we have a look at this thing, we've got the hull has now been taken some damage, so it can't repair. One of its reactors is down as well, but that's not enough. We need both reactors, or we need the hyperdrive down. So need one more reactor, one more hyperdrive would then have it, and then we'd be able to then sort of take it or destroy it. Come on, come on. No, it's gone. Oh God, we've been unlucky with these. Let's go back and refuel back at the spaceport. At least we're pushing them away now with this fleet. This fleet is now fairly strong. Up to 44,000. And I may build myself a second one of these fleets. See how we go. There we go, another one coming in. This is a fleet destroyer, so one of the big ones. That one's refueling. That one's only got half shielding. It's going to be a bit of a problem for this one. I'm just going to micromanage this one just because its shielding is down low. Everything is still okay with it. I really want to have maximum firepower coming in at one time. Okay, swing around now with the rest of the fleet. So when we do actually take it on, yeah, if we can have maximum coming in here, this will be good. Just missed that. There we go. Deal breaker beams coming in, and that's enough for it to run away. Just got to get lucky with these shots. We almost got that last one. But just not enough. I might have to... well, I don't have the tech to hyper deny it. So we just can't do anything with this. These are really tough. Up to 43. I can build 4 ships. Let's just move to the other on the inside of the actual spaceport. And I think I'll go and build a... if I just go back into my fleets again, and just go back to defense fleets and build a new defense fleet at... oh, it's not going to do it. Okay, so we can't... when it does that, it means we can't build it at all. So this is where we would be wanting to build it. So if we have a look and see, if we even just try to actually build one of those ships, we're going to have something missing. Actually, where is it? Yeah, deal breaker. We're missing the silicon. So we need to, they should be now off grabbing the silicon from that location. Yeah, there they all are. So they're just automatically grabbing the silicon from here. We still can't build this because we're missing the 21 silicon required. But these at least will, once they finish mining, this one will be back first. So once it gets up to 1,100 cargo, it will then turn around and head back home again. And that will be useful. Now that's back in this mining station back over here. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to let it do its thing for a little while, and then we'll, because it's not near our home, let's just stay around the home system, and once we get the carbonite, sorry, the silicon coming back in from here, we can then start to build another fleet. There we go, almost there. Almost there. I can tell it explicitly to go back home again now if I wanted to. Yes, Trifler saying, since they don't seem to be using missiles, you might consider replacing your point defence with an iron weapon if it fits. It actually won't fit, it'll be one over. One point over. Yeah, actually an iron weapon, once we get to that point, would be quite useful. Just to try to completely disable it. What I could do would be to maybe make we could change our fleets up a little bit. And maybe we use the heavy escort with iron weaponry on that. And just see if we can actually do it that way. So we end up with a, and then we use the heavy escorts to just help in again. Now is this the prospector? Where's the prospector? There it is. Wait for that to offload, and its speed is down low. What's this one doing? Let's bring in Caslon in. This one hasn't offloaded yet. Still just waiting to offload at the spaceport. So there's stuff going on. There's a bit of congestion. Others have been given the right of way, so it's just in a landing pattern. So these others are coming through. That one finished? No, it's waiting as well. Come on, this is important. It's not building anything at this stage until this one offloads. Here we go. We've got another ship coming in. This is another of the one of the fleet frigates. That's okay. Just let them do its job. That's the Caslon one going in. So it looks like it's got, yeah, it's now docked. It's got no cargo, and now this one's coming in to come into the dock as well. Now we've got 6 of these. We may build a different type of fleet actually. So once we end up with none of this, we then see that here we go. So at that point, I've just paused the game. It hasn't started building anything just yet, but it will. So it will now sort of make use of that shortage. If we go back to our resource shortages, we've got carbonite, emerald crystals don't matter, polymer is okay, silicon is now okay, steel is fine. And we should be okay with polymer as well. Yeah, polymer's 1300. Right, so let's go back and redesign. I think putting an iron cannon. Iron cannons disable things, even though we're sort of doing that a little bit with our attack. We should be able to make use of a bit better use of things. And as Trifler sort of said, they're not really. They are using some weaponry, like some of there are some things that are coming through with the. This one here is not using any sort of standoff weapon or any sort of targeted weapon like torpedoes or missiles. The others are, but it won't matter because we still actually have our sentinel beam anyway, so we don't need to worry about that. So I think what we'll do is we'll go and keep this design, which is actually right on the limits of what it can actually be. If we go into our ship design, the other one that we can actually put 2 different weapons on is the heavy escort. So if we use a heavy escort to be part of the actual fleet itself. Now our frigates, when we have a look at them, the deal breaker frigate is, if we have a quick look at what it can do. So it's got a sprint of 58 and a cruise of 51. So we don't want to have anything that's much faster than that, to be honest, because we'll be wanting to keep these together for the actual fights. So we don't want it to go in before these ships do. So let's just go and cancel that one. Just go back into our heavy escort. And we'll edit this one because we're not using any of these just yet. So we actually have a big weapon at the top and a smallish weapon but they all fire towards the front. And so we can sort of do anything we like with these. Now it's got 3 engines, which means that it's running at 67. If I right click one of the proton engines, I'm down to 54, so a little bit slower than the other ships, which will still actually be okay. So 2 engines. This is now going to give me a lot of space. I can then do things on here. We have a sentinel beam which we're going to get rid of, and we have a Thuon beam as well. And this one just does basic damage. The Thuon beam is a fairly large weapon. The only one that's close really is a small iron cannon, which is size 12. Now I don't want to put two iron cannons on this thing. I still want to have something else that will do a lot of damage here. So let's just go and throw on the back there the iron beam, so the small iron cannon. And in the front here, do have the Thuon beam, which if we have a look at and compare that with the deal breaker beam and the Thuon beam, it's a 28. Yes, we can't even squeeze in a medium Thuon beam, I don't think. So, can we? Yeah, we can actually. We've got enough there. In fact, we've already got that one on there. So if we go to the Thuan beam, look at the deal breaker. So the size is a lot more. I'm not going to be able to squeeze one of these on, I don't think, one of these deal breakers. So the weapon countermeasures is the same. That's the weapon targeting is lower for the deal breaker. So the Thuan beam actually does better with that one there. The Thuan beam does half the damage. It doesn't have any shield bypass or armor bypass. I don't think that matters much, to be honest. I'm happy enough with the Thuan beam in here. It's not bad. The fact that it's actually got better targeting by 20% is actually fairly important. I think I do want to have just beams on this one anyway. So we've got the iron cannon. Now that's got a range there of, it does a lot less damage, the actual iron cannon itself. But it's the disabling that we want. So it's to try to disable. I could go with the double iron cannon. Yeah, I could do that. These are really just going to be support ships for the other fleet. And we don't need many of these in here. Look, I might throw double iron cannon on this one, so we end up with 2 iron cannons on the on this ship itself. It's still running at it's running at 56, so it's about the same speed as the other one, which is actually okay. And we just want this one to disable, once we start to sort of do other damage. So this will be here just to sort of disable the enemy ships. In terms of our weight, we've got a lot of space. There's a lot of things we can put on this particular ship. We've got damage control units. Let's go back up to the top. In fact, what we'll do is we'll go back. We've got the starfield generator, the short range sensor array. We'll get rid of that one, and we'll throw in a target tracking system. This will give us another plus 15% targeting for those particular things. The starfield generator gives us targeting of 0. Actually, it's only countermeasures. And countermeasures aren't going to be super critical with this, but it still wouldn't be bad to have that. The trace scanner will give us another plus 5%. In fact, if I just go back with the short range sensor array, that's only 5, but it does give me 4 and 2 with the countermeasures, so 4 targeting. So if I throw that one on there, that one does give me, that one gives me good countermeasures. And that should be enough to that will then give me countermeasures of 20%. It says, that's the actual fleet itself. So we're going to be able to defend fairly well. Let me look at at what we actually have. We've got countermeasures of nearly 50% and targeting of nearly 30%. So these will be fairly accurate with what they do. And it really doesn't matter what we do with this. I can go aggressive and actually with the, just have a quick look at the iron cannon. So the iron cannon itself, where are we? Iron cannons. When we have a look at this one here, the damage is only 10. Damage at max range is 8, so hardly any difference. There's a damage fall-off ratio of 20% per 1,000. Its range is only 900, so it's fairly close. So it hardly does anything in through there. And then they've got the damage for the engines, the hyperdrives, the sensors, the shields, and the weapons. So this should be able to pull down the enemy ships fairly quickly and actually disable them. So this one actually works fairly well. We've got armor bypass. Actually, one thing we can do with this, because of the extra space that we have, we can actually go and place a landing party on board, an assault pod. So we can throw that in there. That still keeps us. How much space we got? We've still got space to put another one of those on. So we've got the assault pod on there. This will then allow us to disable, but also then to take control of the different ships. Energy collector, command pod. We've got the, how far can this thing go? Fuel range is way too much. Let's go and throw another of the assault pods in there. So we've got 2 assault pods, which is going to make this one very, very good at taking over ships. We've still got space on board this ship. Our crew capacity is just on where we need to be. Yeah, this looks good actually. So let's make this one an iron. This means we don't have to worry about troop transports to do this sort of job. An iron boarding escort. Okay, and it's got 3 recommendations there. It says top speed is lower than average. Yep, that's okay. I'm not too concerned because actually I could still throw another one on, another engine on. But actually, if I do that and then it means it's going to then be attacked fairly readily. Just go with a we'll throw a proton engine on there. If we throw that one back on, oh, we're just 1 over now. 1 over. Well, let's not do that. Let's just get a thrust vector, which will just give us better manoeuvring anyway. That one takes us. So we're up to 55. That'll do. So the 3 recommendations. The speed will still be bad. Yep, reach the limits now. That one's okay. It's okay. So we'll just go across and save this one. So we'll save and exit. Actually, this one here, aggressive and neutral. I think neutral is fine to be with this particular ship. I don't really want it in too close. And we'll again change this one to a 2050 so it escapes fairly readily. Save and exit. Let's make our defence fleets a little bit different now than what we actually had them. So with the heavy escort, we want to have that one set to manual now as well. This one costs about half the cost of the actual frigates. So we'll end that one there, and we'll just come back into our fleets. So the defence fleets, let's make it so that we end up with frigates. We'll add in an escort. So the escort will be I can either go with the iron boarding escorts or just the heavy escorts. I'll just say the latest design for the heavy escort. We'll have 2 of them and say 4 of these, and that way we should end up, we still have 6 ships. These will be then to take them over and then also to capture them. Let's just leave it with this. This gives us a lot of landing troops and also the ability to then disable, hopefully. So hopefully we can actually now start to capture some of these ships. We will go and close that one off. I don't know why this is not kicking in properly. We'll just go that way. So when we do that one, our defence fleets are now still at 6 ships. What we're going to do is we're going to build a new defence fleet. First of all, I'm going to just get rid of a couple of these ships from this particular one once we actually finish this thing off. Oh, hang on. With that one now selected, I've got to be careful. We're going to start building these up fairly fast. Let's just go and build in a couple more of these little frigates. These little escorts, the iron boarding ships. We're ultimately going to need 4 of these, so I'll just go and go 4 of those. And just to finish it off, because I don't want to correct the fleet here at this point in time, I'll just go and I need to get 2 more of these to then make it so we end up with 2 extra fleets. That's good. So we're now used up all of our money. That's gone. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move 2 of these out of this particular fleet. Oh, that's still got, no, that's okay. So just get this one to leave the first fleet and that one to leave the first fleet as well. So with the first fleet that we actually have in here, so the first fleet is now just 4 ships, and we can top this fleet up with ships which should be then designed retrofit. Yeah, that's okay. We'll just top up with ships. Actually, it won't do it just yet. We might have to do this one manually. Wait for these to be built. And what I'll do is I'll set up another start of another fleet anyway with the if we just go across into our fleets, go to defence fleets, and we'll just form a new defence fleet from existing ships at the this spaceport. So we'll just do that one. That should have given us a second fleet, I think. No, it didn't actually. That's interesting. I should have actually figured out how to do that. Let's grab those 2 ships and we will create a new fleet with those. That'll be the second fleet. And so this one will also then be set as a defence fleet, and we'll still set that as manual. And I might just go back into my military ships that are being built. So we've still got these 2 which will come back into the second fleet, and we want 2 of those to also then come back into the second fleet. Join ships to fleet, second fleet, and then these 2 get attached into the first fleet. Alright, that's going to be good. So we'll just wait for these to all be built. Now we'll just go back through our fleets. That's the second fleet. We'll go Control 2 and just set this one back. Now why are they all moving off? They still want to attack something. I'm not going to let them do it. So we'll just go back and refuel and repair, and the second as well. Okay, so we've got another mining station there to get more Caslon. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Build resort base. Yes, we'll do that as well. Frigate adversary is under attack. Yep, just missed that one, and we've already done that one. And yep, build that one as well. So we'll just go and let them accrue, but I think we've already now gone through everything we just brought back in. Then Orbs detected back there. So I'll move the first back into here, and the second as well. Build a constructor, yes. So that way we can just start to get on top of our economy a little bit by building more mining stations. Alright, it'll be interesting to see how these fleets actually go against these ships now. So the iron cannons will actually just essentially disable the enemy ships, which will just help once we have all this firepower coming in with these larger ships. So NT is saying, man, this is still going, good vibes. Yes, we'll watch over the coming week. Want to get into Distant Worlds 2. It's a great game. It's one of these things where the game itself, it looks so much more complex than it really actually is. Now, which one's that one gone to? That's gone into the first. Okay, so we've now got ourselves the first of those heavy escorts. There it is, that's good. Next one is still under construction now. So the first will be the first fleet that is going to be ready. Now that is right on time. Here we go. We've got another ship coming in. So we'll send the first now after that one. To attack. We can prepare and capture, but let's just attack it first. More luxuries. This one is just a fleet frigate. It's jumping away. There's a small craft getting in close with it. It's not going to be close enough to be able to use the iron weaponry. So we'll just get the first again, just move them across. Really do need this one as well in there. And getting both fleets, that will give us, that we'll be able to then operate at the other location as well. Okay, almost there. And then these still have to come up with their shielding. So the shielding is still just coming up. So that yellow band there is pretty much the point. Is the iron cannon. Actually, no. Sorry, the yellow band is the assault range, and then the one in there is the iron cannon there. New escort completed. That's good. So the first is now pretty much ready to go. The second is still now building up its other ships. Oh, you're kidding. We just dropped all of that time. It's got 73 years to get this. That's a pain in the bum. Nothing we could have done about that. That is annoying. With all that time, and we're still trying to just get our first tech from the game. Let's wait till we get the enemy fleets coming in. Let's put up this double speed for now. It's nearly done. Now they're going off. Looks like we've got an attack coming in. Let's just go back to normal speed in here. So this is a fleet destroyer, so one of the big ones again. So we'll go with the first and the second, I think. So we'll just get both groups to go after it, and the second as well. Now these are going to be slow to the party. Deal breaker went in and it's jumping away. It's already taken a little bit of damage. Maybe I should have gotten faster in here. Yep, too late. It's gone. Too late. Okay, so I'll just get these two, try to get all together. The second is still just moving along. That's very tight. Let's just go back to the second. Make this one very tight as well. Just keep them really contained, just so that they sort of try to stick together as much as possible. There we go with our resources. We've only got 4 shortages now. So carbonite is still short, but we're actually okay with carbonite. We've got one source that we're now mining. Emerald crystals is not. We know of 3 locations, so it's not critical. Polymer, we do actually have one source. We've got 2 locations, but we will eventually get on top of that. New escort completed. Yep, just missed that one. Here we go. Here we go. So this coming from this angle should be a different type of ship. This is the Lone Sun Outlaws. No, this is heavy escort. But this one should be easy enough for us. So let's go this way this time. Let's see how we go. We haven't seen the escorts in action yet. These ones are a little bit closer though. So with the second, we've got a couple of escorts that are ready to go. So ships are very slow. But this one, at least we now have this one ready to come in. Once the deal breakers start hitting, it'll run. Now, this one here it's inside our iron range. I'm not seeing any iron shots going off just yet. There we go. Deal breakers are in. This thing's trying to jump. Come on, use your iron weapons. No, it didn't use them. It did not use them. I wonder why it didn't shoot off. I didn't see the iron shot go in at all. Not sure what it was thinking there. It was a bit annoying. These things are still being built. Okay, let them come. Got a new admiral. This is good. All right, so we'll go and throw that admiral on board to take him away from doing that one, and we'll give him a location of the first fleet. So we'll transfer him there. He'll get there pretty much straight away. So ultimately, if he's good, we should end up with some some good benefits. New frigate now complete. That's good. So the second is now just got one more to get. This one here looks like it's a bit damaged. Oh yeah, it is a bit. So we'll send that one in for repairs. That's in the second. So this one is still just trying to get its all of its stuff up to scratch. Yep, construction at 20%. Now, how are we going everywhere else? We do have pirates that are causing problems down this way. And these are just the Teekens. So I think we might send, once the second fleet is finished, or even the first fleet, actually I might wait for the second fleet to go and then we'll move it down that way. We'll see if the first fleet can sort of look after itself back up in here. We haven't got any of those Icarus ships though yet. We've only got one of the Teeken ships. So we're not doing all that well in reality. So the Google is saying the light across your face makes you look like you have a God of War scar. Okay, I don't know about that. All right, we've got the okay, we've got this one in through here. The mining station's under attack. So this is the one that, yes, this is just the Teekens. Now we should be okay here. This is one of our carbonite worlds. We're also getting Vakala crystal. The important one really is this one. Where is it? There. So we are picking up now the. We've got Necros stone there. This one has got like a fair bit of the Zentabia fluid. So we'll just keep on mining that particular world. Then they'll just go back. Eventually there'll be more that will pick up the stuff. Now that's Necros stone there. Do we have Necros stone there? We do actually. They're leaving behind the Zentabia fluid. If they're not taking it back, this is a bug, because this used to be a problem where they would leave behind the very, very valuable resources, which are just so important, and not bring them back. Let's have a look at these shortages. And if we go across to down to Zentabia fluid. Oh no, we do have a lot there. Good. Okay, so we've got a lot there. Got more than enough. So that's why it's not picking it up. That's good. That just really, really is going to improve our the quality and the money that we're going to be getting from the planet ultimately. So it'll put us in good stead for the rest of the game. Now we've got the first fleet. The second fleet is now ready to go as well. I think we might move the second fleet down to take on the attacks that we're going in over this other side. Where is that? This one does tend to get attacked a fair bit. So we'll set the home base and we'll just go and guard that particular mining station. This thing should be gone by the time we... it should be running away. A little Teeken ship. We're doing okay there. Should run. Everyone's having a crack at it. I don't think the second will get here in time. Oh, maybe. Yep, it's jumping now. Yep, not going to get there in time. So second is now coming back in. The first is doing what it's doing back over here. We'll just see how we go. Yeah, so we're building a lot of stuff now. Actually, why is that building... Oh, that's a freighter, that's okay. Okay, so new construction ship completed, that's good. I can just let the game sort of now just run itself on for a little bit longer. Okay, so where's this one? This one is the Firestar Corporation. So this is actually at Emnoy, which is our Zentabia fluid planet. These are the Teekins coming in. Now, they shouldn't, again, be able to do much with us here. I'll just let the mining station look after itself. Looks like there was a bit of a lucky shot got through. Yeah, lost a bit there with the armour. It's got to get the shielding down, though, to be able to bring its forces across. Oh, here comes another one. Look, in this case, I think we'll go with the second now and head off and take this one on. So move across. We've got another one coming in, another Teekin ship. So Truff was saying they fire the irons fire very slowly. It takes a lot of them to be effective. Okay. Yeah, we only need like one of them to go in, really. Actually, what is the rate? Firing rate of 13 seconds. That's not too bad. 13 seconds isn't too bad. That's about the same as our other big weaponry. I'm surprised it didn't fire, though. Here they come. Round the corner. They're going to come after us? Yes, it is. Good. Let's just go at half speed and just see what actually happens here. That was theirs. They're trying to disable us. Did a bit of disabling there. Now, hyperdrive is offline. Shielding is down. Let's use the second fleet to change what they're doing now, and we'll capture this particular ship. There goes a landing crew. So we've now got one crew on board. This is good stuff. Or two, actually, I think. I'll just keep that one coming, and then we'll go after the other one. So, still working our way through the ship. Now, this should be disabling the ship as we go. If we have a quick look and see what's happening on the ship itself, yeah, most of the things have now been disabled as our Marines go through the ship. They also have an assault pod there, which is not going to help them really. Now, there's going to be some tech in here that we'd be wanting to get. Yeah, down to a very small number now. All right, this is effective. This is effective. There we go. Got it. Okay, so we've now taken on board this ship. That's good. That was working. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and retrofit. No, we're not. We're going to go and how do we get rid of this thing? Retire. No construction yard available. So we need to send this one back home. So it needs to go back across to the, ultimately once it gets repaired. So it needs to come back into here. Just do a long right click and we'll just go and retire at the spaceport. But it won't be able to get there until it actually repairs everything. It's not too bad actually when we have a look at it. It's the Jerex hyperdrive is down to 59%, but we do actually have damage control. So that will be okay. We'll be able to get that one, doing that one fairly soon. And then we should be able to get all the tech that's on board here. Like we've got heavy armor, which we don't have. Covidian shields we don't have. Accelerates engines we don't have. The Jerex hyperdrive is still trying to get. So we're a long way off with all of this stuff. This is good stuff for us. We're going to be able to get a lot of tech advances from that. So good. Our fleet is now working against, at least against the Teekin pirates. Now the other pirate ship that had come in here, yeah, we can't see any more there. Let's go back to the second. I'll just keep these floating around at this location until this thing heals up. So it's just getting its energy up. Oh, here we go. What have we got? Dictator of, yep, boarded and captured. That's fine. And we don't want to keep these ships. We just want to move them on. And the hyperdrive will eventually come back on board, but it'll take a long time. It's 61 now, so it's going to take a fairly long time for that to be healed up. I could send a constructor ship to go and fix it up. I might just go to the build orders, grab another constructor anyway, if I can. No, I can't do it, can't afford it. So we must have not enough resources for one of the resources. Okay, we've got the Jupiter 2 mining station. Let's show us what's going on here. This is where we were before. So we've still got this this one coming through the side. We'll grab the second again and go after this one. So we'll start to attack that particular fleet. So this is on our other system. This one is now protecting both these systems essentially. Now we've just got to hope that the other ship doesn't get attacked. It's got no more protection. This is taking a bit of damage. This thing's heading off again. Saying the hyperdrive is dead, but I think it's only the hyperdrive is only damaged. God, this thing's even firing at these things. The Teekans are easy beats in the game. Second fleet is on its way. Let's see how we're going with this ship. Yeah, it's only damaged at 64%. It's going to take a long time for it to fix itself up. Here we go. It's not running yet. Missiles going in. The Daybreaker beam now. It's coming back in to attack us. We just want to get enough damage so that it can't really do anything. Now unfortunately, there's an escort there. Just got to get, actually, maybe it'll now use its ion beam. Not seeing the ion beams being used at all. There it is. That was an ion beam that went in then. It's still trying to jump. This is down to 91. What we might do is we might just go with the we could even capture this even from here. So if we just go, because there's no shielding, let's just change what we're doing with our second fleet and just tell it to go and capture this. That will then send, these will then send away parties. That was an iron one that missed. Okay, we've now got ships on board. Here, so these are now attacking. Hyperdrive is now offline. If you have a look, the Jerex hyperdrive is damaged with weaponry. The others are now being pulled apart by the crew that's now on board the ship. So again, we should have this one as well. Yeah, this is a good mix, having two of these with the double assault pods on. It's allowing us to sort of get straight in and do the damage that we need to do and grab these ships without too much trouble. And as they go through the ship, like we are taking some losses, but not very many. Again, the Teekans are fairly easy to beat like this. Their troops are quite weak. There's another one down, is it? Yes, the Shattering Justice has been boarded, so we've got that one as well. So we tell this one to retire. So again, we can't retire yet, so we have to go back and just tell it to go back home again and retire when it can. Retire at the spaceport. This is good stuff. Okay, that's two ships now that we've got with this fleet. This fleet design that we actually have now is actually quite effective against the Teekans anyway. Well, I mean, we always knew that was going to be a good thing. Now this one here, the Jerex hyperdrive is at 75%, so this one will ultimately end up back at home before we know about, well, the other one will still be struggling. We just go back across to it, which is back in here somewhere. The Taika system. These are a little bit too close together. So this one is still at, just get up to normal speed. That one's at 80, that's 82 actually, that's not too bad. So we are sort of slowly picking this one back up. And its orders are, it's got no mission there. I might just watch that one for a little while until we get another attack coming in. Oh, here we go, we've got an attack coming in right now. So let's go after this one as well. This is a heavy escort again. So second again, you're back on the job. I'll just tell it to capture this one here. I'll just give it that order to do it. That way it'll destroy what it can. As in, it'll get the shielding down and then start the boarding parties. At least we're nice and close with this one here. Ah, there's a constructor. This one's now building this one up. So the constructor is now just repairing this one. Here we go. Now we've told it that we need to be capturing it, so we're going to be a bit more careful of it, I think. So I'm actually better off actually hitting it. Actually, the hyperdrive is now offline with this thing already. So it looks like these actually were effective with what they're doing. Let's just keep on peppering away at it. Oh no, the hyperdrive is now back online. Alright, we'll just go and attack this thing with everything. Just trying to jump away. Alright, now we can get it. So we can now just move across again with the second and capture. There we go. Boarding parties on board. Yep, that's not going to escape from there either. This thing here is still got the hyperdrive offline. This thing's still repairing it. No mission now. Hyperdrive should be okay with this. Just going to tell it to head back over now and retire. So it should be able to do what it has to do. Yep, so that's its job. No, it's going no mission. Just get it to move over there. I still won't do it. Okay, so let's go back. We've now boarded this one as well. Don't want to scuttle it. Just move it, see if we can move it back. I don't know why these aren't actually able to be moved. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, let's just miss that one. Under attack, that's okay. Alright, so we've got 3 of their ships at least anyway, so we've just got to figure out a way to get them back home. I'll just let it go for a little bit longer, just see what actually happens in here. Hyperdrive shouldn't be a problem. Everything's good here. Oh, there we go. Speed is coming up. Another ship over here. That's another, this is a Fire Star, this is the Teekins again as well. Another heavy escort. We're going to have all of their ships fairly quickly actually, so we'll just go and do an attack on this one. Can we do anything there? No, it can't do anything there. That's okay. Right, this one is down. Okay, that's too much now. So we'll just grab the second and we'll capture this one as well. And yep, that one's now almost, well, that one will fall. Yep, we'll assign that mission. The other ships will just sit around it. It's only the iron escorts that will sort of are involved in the actual capturing process. Yep, that's gone. Okay, build. Look, I'll start to assign these missions now. So I've just missed that one. What about this guy? Hyperdrive offline. Yeah, so that one's still got that one. This one should be. Don't know why the hyperdrive is offline in here. This really doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I've got no idea why that's the case. I'll see if I can actually tell it to go back across to this other location. Yeah, when I unpause it just won't do it. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's have a look at the others. And see what actually is happening back in here as well. With this ship. This one does have its hyperdrive back up. So if we go back into retire at the spaceport, so that's what we want to do with that one. So we'll go and send that one off that way. But there's something wrong back in here. Don't know what's going on there. Let this one repair this as well. So we'll start to get the tech now from these different ships. Here we go. Oh, that's nothing. That's just an escort. Sorry, a survey ship. Somewhere in the far reaches of space. No, it won't be a fuel problem. The fuel won't be an issue. So this will be repaired. So that will get repaired as well. Yeah, it's just, I think it's some sort of bug actually. It's just weird. That one, your hyperdrive again will be disabled. It's 89%. See what happens here when this thing finishes. Yep, so it's just constructing this one. Okay, so the hull is now finished. When you hover over this one, there's really nothing wrong with anything. Like there's nothing in the damaged or destroyed. So it makes no sense that the hyperdrive's not working there. Yeah, it's got 3 damaged components down in the general area, back of that one. Yes, it's now coming back online. Still got 1 damaged area down at the bottom there in the general. There we go, that's now done. So this one can go back and retire as well. This one is automated. We don't want that one, that's going to be going back to refuel. I'm just going to tell it to retire there. So that'll be its order to retire at the spaceport. So that one's actually done. Let's bring it across here, and then I'll just put this one back on to fully automate. This one here is a bit of an outlier. Can't really do much. So they're now going back, so we should start to see these now being pulled apart. Not sure where that other ship actually is. There it is. It's queued up. Where is it? It's over there. So it's just waiting to be it's under construction at the moment. So it's slowly being pulled apart. It's quite interesting what the game does with these, like when it does start to do this. So that's queued up. So it hasn't started to do that one just yet. It's going to finish off construction of this one here first, and then once that's done, it will then pull it across. Yeah, they're offering us protection. Now this is actually one of these things where do we want to do it now or not? I think I'll accept it in this instance because we just haven't been able to damage their ships. This one will come across fairly soon. As soon as this one's out of the way. here we go now. So this one will now start to be pulled apart, and we'll start to sort of see it will start to dwindle away. This one should start to do this one, yeah, under construction 100%. And so this will then start to disassemble. There we go, so it's down to 36%. If we have a look at this one now, it's gone and gotten rid of certain areas. If we have a look at it, it's now going to start to pull apart parts of the ship, and we're going to start to get more tech. Our tech should start to accelerate a little bit with these other changes. Sinister Rock, no, decline that one. We're going to keep on attacking in there with our second fleet. And so it will eventually just start to pull up. You see that everything's being destroyed down the bottom there. So it's just slowly over time, things will be destroyed, and we'll then start to learn different tech from these as this is happening. And then after all of the internals have been destroyed as such, the hull will then be pulled apart for the actual parts that were in there for the resources. So if we have a look at this one now and just see what's going on. So all of these things have now been pulled apart. The Jerox hyperdrive still hasn't been. The Accelerate engines haven't been. So there's a few things here that we want to be getting, but the heavy armour has. So we may have picked up, if we go back into tech, we may have actually already found some technology from some of this stuff. Where are we? Yeah, layered armour. So we're getting a little bit of information coming from the heavy armour that we've got. The improved frigates, we're getting a little bit of information there as well, because it's a fleet frigate that I think we were destroying that one as well. We may have even got this one from before, from finding things. Enhanced construction, got spaceports and things. I don't know how we're finding that information, but we are slowly going to pick up a bit more research from this. So more coming in. The two engines have now gone. And it's still just pulling apart the different bits and pieces. Another weapon to go. There we go. So that's now everything done, and now it's just going to pull apart the actual hull itself. And then that'll be the last of those. Now if we have a look, we should have another one coming back in for disassembly as well. That hasn't reached there yet. So it's on its way there. Okay, so I'll assign this mission. We do actually have pirates over here, but these look like they're friendly, and this is actually their base. This will be one of the Harkonish groups. Yes, this is actually the Venomous Moon Intruders. So they've been friendly with us. We are actually paying off them, but they should become more friendly with us even than now. It's funny, we haven't come across any other factions at all. We just really do control the middle of the galaxy here. Let's just go back in again and just see how we're going again with these. This one still doesn't have its hyperdrive. This one is jumping and ready to go, so I'll just go and tell this one to retire. At the spaceport as well. Well, that's 3 ships. That should give us a bit more tech as we sort of come back in. This thing is now down to 92. This can take a fairly long time for it to pull apart the ship in its final form. Leave that one there. Particularly if it's much more advanced than our ships, and these really are. Most of the componentry is a level above us. Discovery, there we go. This is good. So we've got, now this is in Skibu 1. So this is back over here, and we want to go and grab a research station there. So we'll definitely go and queue that one up. Now, where is Skibu? It's not that far away. That's not too bad. So that's the first actual research centre that we've been able to find. Research locations. So that's good. Down to 76. Holiday Club is under attack by a hostile defender. Let's have a look and see where this one actually is. So this is a resort base under attack by the Firestar Corporation. This is a Teekins, but this is actually one of their bigger ships. So we've only been going after their little ships at this stage. Where is that? Basenji. So that's a fair way away from where we are. Look, we've done so well with our second, I think I'll just send it out to take this thing on. Here we go. Yeah, our hyperdrive has gone up. We've actually been able to get a bit of an acceleration there, I think, by pulling apart that other ship. Yeah, if there's fuel problems with any of the ships, it won't worry it in terms of the getting into hyperdrive. It'll just go slow, that's all. So here we go. So we do actually bar in here. Let's just get this one down to normal speed. Now it'd be good to capture this one as well. Yeah, this one's dropping pretty quickly. There goes an iron cannon. So we've got iron cannons in through there. And we didn't disable anything. Now it's heading off. Okay, it's now jumping away. Let's go and send a crew on board. So we'll go and capture. There goes a boarding party. Now the boarding parties, what they'll do is, more than anything else, they're trying to sort of disable them a little bit as they come in. We've got already one boarding party on board, and now the next one's on board as well. And so this one is going to start to jump, but as it's coming through, it's going to start to pull apart what it's actually got there. So we'll still go back in and do more damage to it. So we'll just go back in and whoops, get the second again, and just keep on now just causing more damage. So we'll just attack. So we'll just keep the attack coming in just a little bit longer. There we go. It's now, yep, so we've got it down a little bit. The hyperdrive is now offline. So the hyperdrive is only for 1 second though. But that's going to then mean it's going to have to go back in and do another whole other group. That's all good. It's down to 94. Yeah, we've disabled a lot of the ship. They may still be able to get back at us here. Now that we've done that, I think what we'll do is we'll just go back with the second again and just tell them to capture this again. So we'll just hover while things actually happen in here. Yeah, it looks like we've got enough of our troops on board. Again, the Tekin troops are very, very weak. This is awesome, we're actually getting all this done. Yep, reactors are now offline. There we go. We've now captured this ship. And it's already ready to go. So this is this can actually now go back and we can scuttle it, which I don't really want to do. It's just disabled for now. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on. You've got a few different things that are down at the moment. Definitely don't want to scuttle it. Okay, so the fuel is low, is 0, but I can't do anything with it until we actually get it looked at. It'll just sit there for a little while. Till it's no longer disabled. Under attack. Okay, so where's that one? That one is back over here. Okay, so we've got another one coming in. This is a Daewits. Right, we'll grab the second and come back into this location. So we'll do some damage against this one. And we'll see if we can take over a Daewit ship. That would be good as well. Just move this one right out of the way. So heading back home there. Still disabled. Yeah, I'll need to get a repair ship across there at some point. It's jumping away for some reason. We're still okay here. The Dayats are sort of they've been a bit hit and run with what they're doing as well. So it's not it's just jumping out of the system. Anyway, we'll get the second to just go back in there again. Just get them to refuel up at that point. So that's been working fairly well with them. Let's go back into the home world again and just see how we're going with all of that pulling apart of the different ships. We've got this one as well now, which is it's just starting to sort of pull apart what it's doing as well. The other one is now gone. If we have a look at our technology, hyperdrive is coming along quite nicely. High volume thrust, that's the Acceleros engines that we just pulled out of the other one. Layered armor is a little bit further along. Yeah, it's a slow process, but this will help. This will help a lot. And then the Jerex hyperdrive, yeah, the hyperdrive is... We're learning a little bit every time we pull apart these ships, which is good. I'm looking at the time, actually. I've streamed for a lot longer than what I had anticipated. So I think I might leave it here, guys. Now, they're offering us information. That's a lot. I can't afford it. I'm going to decline that. That's just for an unknown empire. I think I'll decline it for now. We'll find them eventually. Just really haven't come across anyone else just yet. It's weird, this one. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe if I restarted the game, it may help. Yeah, it's only Scuttle. It's still disabled. Heavy armor has been destroyed. The short-range sensor array has been destroyed as well, but everything else is sort of okay. I guess once these things have come back, they're going to be okay. If I just go and grab, that's no mission, that's nothing. If we just go back to a constructor and go to one of the construction ships. So they're building resort bases, building the hostile defender. What is that one? That is the hostile defender. So this one here, going through hyperspace, is making its way down that way, just to fix it up. So they're already doing that automatically. Royal Wimmer's got nothing to do at this stage. What I might do is I might just tell the game to start to automate the design of bases, so like mining bases and things. So we'll just fully automate that. And how are we going back in here again? So back at our home world. Yep, this thing is still heading off that way. We've got another one queued up there as well, which is right underneath there. So that's just ready to be pulled apart. So they'll be done fairly quickly. And we'll get more information, more tech. It's going to be very important in this game for us to be able to pull this apart like this. Discovery at Tanab. It's okay. This is still all our own border. Like, we just haven't found anything else yet. Anyway, I will actually call it quits here, guys. So, look, thanks for watching. And I'll probably actually end up... I've got some streams to do over on the Slytherin channel in the coming days. Tomorrow, they've got an announcement, a big announcement coming in around about 14 hours time, I think, which will then be about the actually it'll be even less than I think it's 14 hours, where they're actually going to be talking about the coming DLC. So that'll be Eric Rutens, the developer, going through that one on the Slytherin channel, and then I've got 2 streams the day after that, and then the day after that again as well. So the next 2 days after that, I'll be streaming over there some more Distant Worlds. So I'll probably end up taking this one here as what we do. Actually, this is we found the technology that advanced our understanding of enhanced engines. That's good. So if we just go back across and take me to the location there, so that was that one there. Yep, that's okay. We can't do anything with that particular world. Discovery and through there, more luxury resources, and so these Acceleros engines would be great. Now actually it's the enhanced engines we got, the better proton engines, which is okay. So we found more tech that way. I still can't actually go and actually I can actually pay the cost to get a crash program. I might just finish off with that one, so at least we're racing through to now get this one a bit faster. But I will leave it here, guys. So thanks for watching. But as I say, on Twitch over the next couple of days, there'll be a fair bit of Distant Worlds content, and then next month is when they got the launch of the next DLC. So there'll be a lot more content around then as well. Anyway.